Arrogant beyond compare, ignoring heaven and earth. Arrogant beyond compare, ignoring heaven and earth. He did not put anyone in his eyes at all. Ha ha ha, it's Long Fei. Brat, you're too arrogant. What rights do you have? What destiny? The most important thing is that your arrogance really pisses me off. Everyone attack together, kill him. In the blink of an eye, a few voices sounded from the crowd. Immediately after, one figure after another soared into the sky, attacking Long Fei from different directions. And Long Fei at this moment also let out a small sigh of relief. Has he finally taken the bait? Since that's the case, then let me start a massacre today. Long Fei took a deep breath in his heart and hugged Hong Qiuyi. He gazed at her with deep emotion and said, "Silly girl, your royal father already knew that we had come to the sacred court. Didn't he use you as a bargaining chip to make you work hard for him? Then today I will kill all those who are ready to make a move. Come, your husband will bring you to kill someone," Long Fei said indifferently. It was extremely plain, but every word struck against Hong Qiuyi's heart. Especially the last sentence, "take her to kill people." It also caused Hong and Autumn Leaf to instantly fall. Unconsciously, he hugged Long Fei tightly. So, he knows everything. So, everything that he has done was because of me. So, Hong Qiuyi's heart was flooded with emotions, and all of the coldness melted in an instant. Looking at Long Fei's side profile as though she was being slashed by a knife, her beautiful eyes continued to linger around. As for Long Fei, he was currently completely immersed in the brewing of the massacre. You want to keep a low profile even if you have the strength? He still needed to hide in secret? Non-existent. Moreover, Long Fei had a guess. That was Hong Yi. It was true that Hong Yi had left the world of the Sun God, but he had always been thinking about the Sun God world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have split his thoughts and returned from the other side to entrust the task to Long Fei. And now, the Yang God realm was riddled with holes, especially since it involved his inheritance. Therefore, he could not bear to wash up, so he could only do everything with Long Fei's help. Of course, this conjecture did not come out of nowhere. The root cause of all this was Hong Qiuyi and his clone. Was the destiny of a world so easily divided? Hong Yi had transcended the other side. Even if he faced them himself, he only needed to run. No matter how powerful his clone was, could it avoid Hong Yi? It was basically impossible. As such, it was highly likely that Hong Yi's plan was to have his clone steal the karmic luck away from him. By now, Hong Qiuyi was basically guaranteed to become together with him. For what? Of course it was to let Long Fei be steadfast in protecting the Yang God realm. F***ck, I didn't know that you had already done this from my doppelganger. Hong Yi, you are awesome. However, your descendant is going to be my woman. Ha ha! Long Fei laughed out loud in his heart, and then immediately took out his war god's saber. At this time, the attacks in the air also arrived. One slash is invincible. Long Fei bellowed and slashed with his blade. Swish! The light of the blade instantly expanded to 30,000 meters, as if it wanted to sever the heaven and earth, divide the yin and yang, and cut through time and space. A boundless radiance instantly illuminated the void. Ryuumblel. Boom. 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 Under the blade, the shadows of a few attacks instantly vanished into thin air and were annihilated by Long Fei's blade. However, this was not the end. Wherever the blade's light passed by, it formed a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. That power, and its final target, was the Golden Light Law that had descended. Aren't you awesome? The Golden Light Law wanted throughout the entire process? Fine, then I'll jump out and cut off your command. Destroy powerhouse that you think can work hard. When the time comes, do you want to be arrogant and take a look? All of this was done by Long Fei for Hong Qi to see. It was for the sake of telling him in a high-profile manner. Don't put on an act. Especially don't put on airs in front of Laozi. Because the price of acting tough, you can't afford it. It was also at this time that the strength of one of Long Fei's slashes finally landed on the golden light in the air. A crisp breaking sound could be heard. Everyone in the sky was already incomparably shocked. No one would have thought that Long Fei was actually this crazy. He's provoking the gods. To disrespect the holy court, to disrespect the emperor, is to disrespect Izu. Prodigal ambition. He actually wants to kill us all. Madman, this is a madman. Countless voices rang out, all of them trembling. Once the Golden Light Law was issued, they were all enforcers. As long as they had the intent to kill Long Fei in their hearts, it was equivalent to accepting the decree of the Golden Light Law. And now, even the Golden Light Law command had been slashed by Long Fei, which made this clear. He wanted to turn the sky upside down. And Long Fei, at this moment, was also looking at the shattered and scattered golden light. His gaze focused slightly. And then, killing intent appeared once again. You all, are you ready? Long Fei turned around, the war god blade shining brightly in his hand. The people in the void then became restless, their hearts filled with boundless terror. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I was just thinking. I didn't have such thoughts. Right, let me go. The princess is yours and the Yang God realm is yours. If you let us go, we'll be your dog. Countless voices begging for mercy appeared from the void. One after another. No one could be indifferent in the face of death. Especially now, when even the Golden Light Law command had been destroyed by Long Fei, they were all more clear on Long Fei's intent to kill them. In this sort of situation, they didn't even have the courage to resist and instantly admitted defeat. Of course, there were also some people who understood. Long Fei would never let them off, even if they begged for mercy. Thus, in this instant they simultaneously exploded forth. A monstrous power rumbled in the void. Blades, swords, palms, and many other kinds of violent forces gathered together. At this moment, all of his purpose was to kill Long Fei. However, this kind of power, in front of Long Fei, was not even enough. A single slash was invincible, not to say. And what Long Fei had been waiting for, was for them to make their move in time. Haha, good job. When you guys want to kill me, you should have already thought of the result. Hong Chi Tian, watch carefully. Your memorial archway has been cut down by me, and your dogs will also be destroyed by me. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. Long Fei laughed, he was extremely crazed. So what if it was the master of the sacred court? If it wasn't for Hong Chiu Ye's management, Long Fei would have already gone to the sacred court. However, just in time, the experience brought by these countless powerhouses was enough to make Long Fei satisfied. Boom! After he finished speaking, Long Fei immediately took action. The war god's saber exploded with absolute strength, each of them filled with an unparalleled will to fight. His fighting spirit was limitless. Battle of the Great Earth, War of the Nine Heavens, War of the Nether Realm. One slash was invincible. I am invincible. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, it was as if Long Fei had pierced through the void. At the same time, the system notifications constantly sounded beside Long Fei's ears. Ding! Countless notifications went on, but to Long Fei, it was a pleasure to listen to, like the most beautiful sounds in the world. At the same time, a purple ray of light shot into the sky from the Holy Emperor's palace in the Holy Court. Long Fei enough. Rumbling filled the air, and boundless multicolored light spread out. Rumbling filled the air, and boundless multicolored light spread out. Long Fei's expression was calm, but he was not moved at all. Hong Chi Tian came. To the side, Hong Chiu Ye's hands that were hugging Long Fei unconsciously tightened, as if his heart was afraid. Long Fei also slightly exerted some strength in his arm, but did not say much. At this moment, silence is better than sound. Long Fei, how dare you steal the fortune of our holy court, you dare to go against me, and even kill without restraint in the holy court. Do you think there's no one left in the holy sea? Hong Chi Tian's figure appeared. 9 and 5 energies filled the sky. The moment he became angry, the mountains and rivers howled and the sky lost color. Long Fei disapproved. Although such an aura was powerful, it was mostly because this was the holy court. And inside the holy court, the powers of destiny condensed. Hong Chi Tian was the lord of the holy court, and he relied on the power of the country to boost his karmic luck, which was why he seemed so tyrannical. However, the truth was that his true cultivation was only at the peak of the sun god realm. Although his cultivation was extraordinary, but in front of Long Fei, it was not enough. More than a dozen young gods had died in Long Fei's hands. Therefore, when Long Fei heard Hong Chi Tian's question, he could only smile instead. As he raised his head, he looked at Hong Chi Tian. Do you think there's anyone else in your holy court? Hong Chi Tian, do you really think I won't go to the holy court to look for you? To be honest, I really don't care about the people in the entire holy court. Long Fei said in disdain. Strength was the foundation of everything. In front of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were like paper tigers, breaking with a flick of a finger. In an instant, Hong Chi Tian's face became extremely gloomy. He looked towards Long Fei, revealing his killing intent. Long Fei, you're too arrogant, Hong Chi Tian coldly said. The dragon of destiny let out a roar of rage as it surrounded Hong Chi Tian. I'm sorry, I was born with such a temper. If I make you unhappy, then I can be at ease. It's because you're unhappy that I feel better, Long Fei said as he pulled Hong Chiu-yi to his side. He faced Hong Chi Tian. At this moment, Hong Chi Tian's pupils contracted. Autumn Leaf, come over. Hong Chi Tian's voice sank. But Hong Chiu-yi wasn't moved at all. Seeing that, Hong Chi Tian's expression became extremely sinister, and even his breathing became hurried. Father, please stop. Hong Chiu-yi's eyes were filled with hesitation as he spoke. She looked at Hong Chi Tian. Ha ha ha, good, even you have betrayed us. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Originally, I only wanted to rob you of your roots of destiny. But right now, all I can do is smelt you all. Only in this way will this emperor be able to obtain complete luck. As Hong Chi Tian spoke, his eyes burst with madness. And then, the sky rumbled. A surging power erupted from all directions as if an earthquake had occurred. 1 yuan heaven and earth is born, 2 yin and yang are fixed. The fate of the 3 geniuses falls upon us, the 4 symbols Qiankuan battalion. 6 harmonies and 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces and 10 things fusion. Long Fei, you will still have to die in the end. If you fall into this emperor's formation, even if your body breaks through the void, you will still die without a doubt even if you surpass the sun god. Hong Chi Tian said coldly, his eyes filled with pride. Not good. This is the heaven and earth furnace left behind by Matriarch Yi. Father, you are ruthless. For the sake of your land and your land, for the sake of your empire, you actually want to melt the world? Hong Autumn Leaf's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. If it was said that Hong Chi Tian wanted to deprive her of the roots of karmic luck, she will resist, but she will not resent. It was not anger. But now Hong Chi Tian was too crazy. For himself, he actually wanted to refine Long Fei with her. Ruthless? Haha, if you're not ruthless, you won't be able to stand stably. The Yang God realm is about to be destroyed. Only by fusing with the destiny of the Yang God realm will this emperor have the chance to transcend. Otherwise, at that time, I'll be like you ants, living and dying in the Sun God realm. This emperor has finally gotten the cultivation I have today. How could I give it up? My good daughter, you are really capable. Originally, you could have avoided death, but now you actually colluded with Long Fei to commit adultery. Hong Chi Tian said viciously. There was no trace of warmth in his eyes. It was as if he was facing a passerby like an ant or an animal. There wasn't the slightest bit of emotion in him. Hong Chiu-ye's eyes dimmed as he looked at Hong Chi-tian with a strange expression. He kept shaking his head. It was as if he couldn't believe that the person in front of him who wanted to kill him was actually his royal father. It was a complete stranger. Terrifying cruelty. She wanted to say something but hesitated. She wanted to say something more. But he was stopped by Long Fei. There's no point speaking anymore. Your royal father has already gone mad. Ambition has already made him lose himself, Long Fei said. He thought of Hong Yi again. The more he knew, the more certain he was that Hong Yi wanted to use his own hands to purge this world of the sun god. Otherwise, there was no need to save this kind of world. With that thought, the power on Long Fei's hand quietly condensed. Hong Chiu-ye's face was filled with difficulty, but facing Long Fei's words, she had nothing to say. Hong Chi-tian's actions had already completely disappointed her. What blood-veins kinship, in Hong Chi-tian's eyes, was just a tool to be used. As long as he could survive. To further his strength, he could forego anything and become a sacrifice on his path of cultivation. The more he thought about it, the more sadness appeared in Hong Chiu-ye's eyes. At that moment, the world suddenly changed. The whole of the sacred court seemed to have turned into a huge stove. Wave after wave of a fatal aura that caused one's heart to palpitate exploded forth. Long Fei's eyes moved, the war god's saber was already ready to attack. However, at this moment, Hong Chiu-ye stopped him. Long Fei. Can you? Hong Yi said. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Long Fei. Don't worry, I will give him a chance. If he is able to grasp it, he will still be the master of the sacred court, the sacred emperor. Long Fei said. Of course, this possibility was extremely unlikely. Even Hong Yi stopped talking. Long Fei making concessions was already his limit. She couldn't ask for more. If his own royal father really did not know how to repent, then even if he died, he would be bringing this upon himself. Thinking up to here, he let go of Long Fei and stood alone at the side. Long Fei sighed in his heart, and didn't say anything more. With a flip of his hand, he flew into the air. Rumble. And at this time, a billowing and monstrous smelting power erupted forth. A wave of power that could even melt heaven and earth came sweeping over. In an instant, Long Fei felt as if he was in a volcano, and all the cells in his body started to divide infinitely under the brilliance of this power. Pain. An indescribable pain. Long Fei frowned, and used all his strength to defend himself. Ha ha ha, give up. Long Fei, this emperor already knew that your body was very strong, but this power, as long as you ignore the other side, even if you are a god, you would still be refined to death. Hong Chi-tian laughed, as if he had gone mad. Endless temperature rose. Endless temperature rose. Fiery light raged. This fire was not open fire. Rather, it was a type of spiritual flesh that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, but it burned with the flames. In merely an instant, Long Fei felt as if his soul was being torn apart, and was in incomparable pain. The intense pain from his fleshly body and the pulling of his soul caused Long Fei's strength to instantly decrease explosively. What was even more terrifying was that even the war god blade in his hand was melting. Damn, is it that terrifying? Long Fei was startled. This method was too explosive. Was caught off guard. Do I have to use the big hand seal again? Long Fei endured the pain and thought. However, at this time, a mysterious feeling appeared in his heart. Clone. Long Fei was startled and raised his head to look. He saw a figure descending from the sky with endless lightning above his head. Real face, I'm here. Without the slightest hesitation, with a single step, the avatar descended into the endless furnace. At the same time, the 9 heavens thunder tribulations also descended. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The world rumbled as if it was the end of the world. Endless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, fusing into the world, causing the power of the furnace to become even more berserk. Soon after, countless nameless flames blended with the tribulation lightning and came like thunder. It went straight for Long Fei's clone. The clone, however, didn't even turn his head and rushed towards Long Fei. Long Fei was startled and stared at him. F***ck, are they bringing thunder tribulation to your father? Avatar, stop right now. Long Shi shouted. At first, when Long Fei saw that his clone had arrived, he had thought that he could rely on this tribulation lightning to disperse the heaven and earth melting furnace. However, the two seemed to share the same source of power. Not only did it not cause even the slightest damage to the furnace, on the contrary, it caused the power of the furnace to become even more violent. At the same time, within the furnace, the power of the lightning tribulation became even stronger. Every single slash contained the power to split the world. Real face, I can't withstand this power. Moreover, I have now reached a critical moment. After the lightning tribulation, I will become a sun god. Now, only by returning to your body can I resist this lightning tribulation. The clone Long Fei said. His eyes did not have any change. That was because, in the end, the clone had only been one of the souls that had been chopped off. That was because, in the end, the clone had only been one of the souls that had been chopped off. Naturally, he could not have his own thoughts. Long Fei went silent. A moment later, Long Fei raised his head, his eyes crazed. All right, let's fuse them together, Long Fei said. Because at that moment, facing this heaven and earth melting furnace, Long Fei's only method was to use the heaven and earth great hand seal. There was no other way. However, the arrival of the clone made Long Fei have another guess. That was to use the chi flow of the world of the sun god to exterminate the furnace. Receiving Long Fei's affirmative answer, the clone smiled. Then, he looked at Hong Chiu-yi as though he was looking at nothing. Woman, I've told you before, this is your man. Don't worry. He is me, and I am also him. In the end, you are still mine. Ah. The clone laughed and started walking towards Long Fei. Long Fei's eyes were filled with contempt. No wonder his clone was so infamous, being shouted for murder in the entire Yang God realm. Nothing else. This temper of his was real. Tens of thousands of yuan worth of skin. Li Shizhen's skin. Even Long Fei himself felt that this clone was too cocky. No wonder Hong Chiu-yi hated him so much. At this moment, the doppelganger finally approached. In an instant, he turned into a beam of light and entered into Long Fei's body. Instantly. Ding, congratulations player for obtaining the fortune of the Yang God realm. Ding, congratulations player for obtaining the Child of Destiny title. Ding, congratulations player for obtaining the power of Disintegrator. Ding. Function player has obtained the 9 tribulations true strength. Ding, congratulations player on obtaining the Yang God sword in a single breath's time. The system's voice continuously traveled to Long Fei's ears. All the energy on the clone, in this instant, directly became Long Fei's own. As for the aura on Long Fei's body, it had become even stronger at this moment. He hovered in the air, as if he was at the center of heaven and earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless amounts of destiny power exploded, gathering from all directions of the entire Yang God realm. They entered Long Fei's body. In the distance, Hong Chi-tian's eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the power of destiny on Long Fei's body, his killing intent soared to the heavens. Ah, mine, it's all mine. Long Fei, I want you dead. Heaven and earth smelting furnace, refine. Hong Chi-tian shouted in anger. Following the appearance of his voice, the entire heaven and earth smelting furnace exploded in an instant. The tribulation thunder and the fire of the lifeless melting furnace once again swept over. Rumble. Boundless destructive power once again landed on Long Fei's body. Ka. Ka. Bolts of lightning struck heavily onto Long Fei's body. And Long Fei at this time simply wasn't moving at all, allowing this power to pierce through his body. Of course, it was not that Long Fei did not want to move, but at this moment, his physical body had already escaped his control. Ding, congratulations player, body strength has been condensed, body of the great Tao has been awakened, begin to reassemble. This trip will take about an hour. Long Fei complained incessantly in his heart. An hour's time was more than enough for him to be blasted to smithereens by this power. However, to Long Fei's surprise, after the system notification, the power of the heaven and earth melting furnace smashed into his body, causing him to not feel anything at all. Moreover, the more time passed, the stronger his physical body would become. Which is to say, this half an hour of time wasn't enough to stop Long Fei's strength. The power was absorbed directly into his body. This made Long Fei even stronger. Ha, there's actually such an operation? Hong Chi Tian, rich courier, poor to eat chicken. I didn't think that the meticulously planned layout would become a source of power for me. Long Fei laughed out loud in his heart. This feeling of surging power could only be described with one word. That would be great. Especially at this moment, even the power of the heaven and earth melting furnace had fused into his body. This kind of good fortune, this kind of opportunity, was completely the tempo to let Long Fei go to the heavens. Of course, no one in the outside world would be able to see all of this. Even Hong Chiu-yi, who was inside the furnace, could not see the changes happening to Long Fei's body. However, in her eyes, she saw that Long Fei had been completely engulfed by the violent energy of heaven and earth, and was in an incomparable state of panic. There were many times when he wanted to rush over without a care for his own safety. In the distance, Hong Chi Tian laughed loudly. In his view, Long Fei was definitely going to die. This kind of power had used up almost all of the power in his sacred court. It was more than enough to even destroy the Yang God world. He could not believe that a single person's strength could withstand it. Ha, die. As long as you die, this emperor will obtain the root of this unfilial daughter's destiny. At that time, I will be someone who will inherit the destiny of heaven and earth. If my destiny is mine and the world is mine, who can stop me from transcending? Hong Chi Tian laughed incessantly. At the same time, a voice came from the void. Are you done laughing? Instantly, it was incomparably silent. These 5 words directly shattered the chaos in the world. The space that was initially drowned by Hong Chi Tian's laughter instantly turned silent. And at this time, Long Fei's figure directly walked out. Rumble. Another few bolts of lightning descended. It struck onto Long Fei's body. However, Long Fei didn't even bother to dodge, and just allowed this energy to freely take effect on his body. The following scene made Hong Chi Tian go crazy. He only saw that this power had landed on Long Fei's body. Not a single ripple was produced, but Long Fei had an extremely satisfied expression on his face. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Long Fei, just what method did you use? How could your strength withstand the power of the nature furnace? I don't believe it! Die for me! Hong Chi Tian was still unwilling to give up. With a crazed look in his eyes, he moved his hands. In the blink of an eye, the entire world seemed to change once again. All sorts of strange phenomena began to appear, as if all of the source energy of the sun god world itself were erupting at this moment. And at this moment, Long Fei's gaze changed. He was in a state of complete panic. Autumn leaf. In that moment, Long Fei bellowed and his body flew out. He had nothing to fear from this kind of power. He was even looking forward to the power becoming even more violent. But Hong Yi couldn't. Therefore, he had to keep Hong Chiu-yi under his body. Otherwise, with just Hong Chiu-yi alone, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this violent force. Hong Chiu-yi's face changed as well. He didn't even have time to react before being overwhelmed by this power. No, Long Fei shouted, and his body also instantly charged in. In an instant, the boundless furnace power once again flooded into the furnace. The air seemed as though it was going to explode. The sky must fall, the earth must be covered. Hong Chi Tian laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, this time, I'll see if you die or not. So what if the furnace exploded? As long as you die, all of my power will be mine. Hong Chi Tian's eyes stared fixedly at the empty space. He couldn't wait. But at this moment, a furious roar came directly from the center of the explosion of the furnace's power. Hong Chi Tian, I want you dead. He was furious and his killing intent overflowed into the heavens. Boom! It was also at this moment that Long Fei's figure instantly broke through the limits of the furnace's power. In the blink of an eye, it descended upon the holy court. And in his arms, he was holding Hong Chioye, who was already covered in blood. Hong Chi Tian, you truly deserve to die. Long Fei seemed to be roaring at him, as he enunciated each word slowly. The blood figure in his embrace caused his heart to feel endless pain. This was his woman. Especially after Long Fei had fused with the memories of his clone, he had gained more recognition towards Hong Chioye. Therefore, when he saw Hong Chioye, who was heavily injured and had almost died, the anger in Long Fei's heart instantly flared up. He wanted nothing more than to annihilate the world and collapse the world. No, impossible. This is a power left behind by Izu. You can't break it. You are just a trash from the outside world. How could you possess such strength? I don't believe it. Hong Chi Tian's eyes were filled with shock. There was no longer any spirit in his eyes, only panic. At this moment, he understood. He had lost. The moment Long Fei broke through the furnace, his defeat was already set in stone. Hong Yi? Even if Hong Yi comes, I will still grind your bones and scatter your ashes. Long Fei said. Overbearing and matchless. He was resolute. No one could hurt his woman. Even if Hong Chi Tian was the biological father of Hong Chioye, Long Fei would definitely kill someone like him. No, you can't kill me. The Yang God realm is about to be destroyed. I am the master of the sacred court, so the moment I die, the destiny of the entire Yang God realm will collapse. At that time, the power of the outside world will descend. When the time comes, everyone will die with me, Hong Chi Tian said, seemingly grabbing onto the last life-saving straw. His eyes stared straight at Long Fei. But all of this, to Long Fei, what did it matter? For his own woman, Long Fei could turn the entire world upside down and fix his own reflection. In fact, if the destruction of the entire Yang God realm was exchanged for Hong Chioye's complete recovery, Long Fei would not even bat an eye. However, it was too late to say anything now. Hong Chioye had already been hit by the furnace's power, and his entire body had lost its chance of survival. If it were not for the miraculous power in his body, he would have been dead by now. Therefore, the current Long Fei was unable to contain his anger. Thus, Hong Chi Tian had to die. Ta. Step by step, Long Fei walked over. Killing intent burst out of his eyes. As for Hong Chi Tian, he was finally afraid at this moment. His eyes were filled with panic. Don't come over, don't come over. Long Fei, don't forget, you still have a brother in my hands. If you dare to attack me, I can guarantee that they will die quite miserably. Hong Chi Tian threatened, his eyes filled with a strong desire. But at this moment, a clear and cold voice appeared out of nowhere. Hubby, kill him. The black knife and the rest have been rescued by us. Now. And he's still in a coma. Aoya's sword strike rose into the air with dense killing intent. Long Fei's eyes moved slightly. He looked at Aoya, then saw the black knife and the rest supporting Aoya behind her. Killing intent exploded from him. Hong Chi Tian, you are truly a heavenly Xiao. Even if you want to die, you don't care. Originally, you could have lived. But now. Go to hell. Boom. In his rage, Long Fei punched out. In the blink of an eye, the wind swept and the sky shook. It was as if, in response to Long Fei's rage, killing intent was born. Boom! With a single fist, Hong Chi Tian's figure was immediately blown into the air by Long Fei, and fresh blood violently sprayed along the way. More than that, the instant his figure landed on the ground, Long Fei's figure also instantly chased after him. And then, boom, 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 punch after punch. It was as though he was venting his anger as he madly attacked. Under Long Fei's attack, Hong Chi Tian's figure also completely disintegrated, turning into limitless amounts of residue that floated down from the sky. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the Holy Hall's Lord, Hong Chi Tian. You have received 50,000 experience points. Holy Source points, 500,000 points. Striking value, 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the player who has obtained the Holy Court's Divine Seal. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining Sky Emperor Furnace. The system's voice rang out, extremely berserk. If it was in the past, Long Fei would definitely be extremely excited. But now, even though Hong Chiu-Ye's life and death was unknown, Long Fei was not the least bit excited. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in midair. It was as if he had opened up the void and traversed across the river of stars, shining through the void of the entire holy court. Long Fei's eyes were also instantly attracted to it. Hong Yi? A joyous expression appeared in Long Fei's eyes. If there was anyone in this world who could save Hong Chiu-Yi, then Hong Yi was definitely the most likely person. Brat, stop talking nonsense. I'm asking you, do you want to save him? Hong Yi asked. The one talking rubbish is you. Of course I have to save my woman, Long Fei said. Hearing this reply, Hong Yi smiled and said in a low voice, It's very easy to save her. Save her, then go sleep with her. Long Fei was startled. Could there be such a good thing? Long Fei was startled. Could there be such a good thing? And it was even Hong Yi who pushed it to him? In that moment, Long Fei looked at Hong Yi with doubt. Brat, don't think too much. Right now, your clone has fused with most of the Yang God Realm's destiny. And this girl has the root of karmic luck in her body. Only when all of you fuse together like water and milk can you reunite your Yang energy and luck. Hong Yi said. The doubt in Long Fei's eyes was also relieved in an instant. From Hong Yi's words, he was able to deduce the key to saving Hong Chiu-Yi. That was luck. With a thought, Long Fei did not hesitate at all. All of you wait here. I'll go treat Autumn Leaf first. Long Fei said. Then, with his arms around Hong Chiu-Yi, Long Fei took a step forward and directly entered the sacred hall. Shortly after, his spiritual sea move. Sky Spill Beast, arrange for space. Long Fei immediately awakened the Sky Evolution Beast and set up a maze array, blocking all senses. For a time, the spring sun shone brightly. With an extremely heavy heart, Long Fei began to explore the mysteries of life. The moment their bodies completely merged, spirit and body as one, Long Fei only felt that his spiritual sense instantly merged with Hong Chiu-Ye's. Following that, an endless amount of destiny from the Yang God realm gathered on Hong Chiu-Ye's body. It then formed a cycle. This kind of luck was like yin and yang intersecting as they moved back and forth from their bodies. Instantly, Long Fei's senses immediately reached their peak. At this moment, Hong Yi opened his eyes. She blushed all over as she watched Long Fei move around on her. Long Fei, Hong Yi whispered, after which the 9 tails struck out. It instantly enveloped Long Fei. Beneath the 9 tails was Meng Lang. Of course, such a scenario was not enough to be described by anyone. An hour later, the rain stopped. Long Fei embraced Hong Chiu-Yi and walked out together with her. At this moment, Hong Yi was even more charming. Moreover, his aura was extremely powerful, and a tyrannical aura circulated around his body. It was precisely the power he obtained after regaining the Yang God realm's destiny. Long Fei was the same. It could be said that the fate of the two of them was now shared. Boss! Li Yuanba and the rest came over. Long Fei's expression also darkened, because at this moment, Black Knife and the rest were still unconscious. Long Fei, I can save them, Hong Yi said. You can? Long Fei said in surprise. The injuries on their bodies were extremely strange, and they were a method that was used on the soul. Even he felt that it was tricky. This was because this kind of injury was not something that could be simply cured with pills. That's right. Don't forget, I've regained my destiny. Hong Yi smiled mysteriously. Monde hand. As he moved, he drew air currents from the void above him. The light of destiny descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Black Knife and the rest. Rumble. In an instant, the light of Qi washed over the Black Knife's body again and again. Long Fei's eyes lit up. An indescribable feeling grew in his heart. At this moment, he actually felt that the auras of the Black Knife and the rest were growing stronger. His life force also gradually recovered. Boom! The light of destiny shook and then suddenly dissipated. Black Knife and the rest recovered as well. Boss! In an instant, all of them were extremely excited as they looked at Long Fei. Long Fei was excited too. Brothers, charge and fight against heaven and earth. This was a style they had never changed. And now, after the baptism of the Yang God Realm's destiny, the bodies of the spectators all grew even stronger. Right, there are still a few demonic gods here that have the power to match yours. After refinement, you will become a sun god with a single step. Long Fei said, and distributed the remaining power to the Black Knife, Arhat and the others. The Black Knife looked solemn, and saw the dark energy of the heavens at first glance. Arhat directly locked onto the Golden Spider King. In an instant all the forces had been divided up. Long Fei, their bodies have just been baptized by the Yang God Realm's destiny. It won't take too long to refine them now. Hong Yi said. The Black Knife and the rest looked towards Hong Chiu Yi and spoke at the same time. Eldest sister-in-law. Hong Ye's face turned red, but he still nodded his head. As a result, Hong Yi could be considered to have completely merged with them. Ao Ye Yu Ro, Lu Luoxi and the others also surrounded Long Fei. Beautiful beyond compare. If a few people stood together, it would be a beautiful scenery that would instantly kill off the existence of an entire world. Long Fei was elated in his heart. His only regret was that the little guy couldn't find him now. Right, I felt it just now. The power outside the Yang God Realm is already quickly approaching. It won't be long before it descends upon the Yang God Realm. After he relaxed his mind, Long Fei muttered to himself. Now, the Yang God Realm's outcome had already been decided. Since even Hong Chi Tian had exploded, the entire Yang God Realm was basically already under their control. As for the Meng Shinji who was hiding in the darkness, Long Fei believed that Hong Yi would not just let him do as he pleased. Yes, I feel it too. The destiny of the entire Yang God Realm was already shrinking rapidly. I'm afraid that the day the God of Boundary is born in the Sun God Realm will be the day the power of the outside world descends. Hong Chiuye also said. Long Fei was startled. He suddenly looked towards Hong Chiuyi with doubt in his eyes and asked, God of Boundary? Don't the Yang God Realm have God of Boundary? Are you talking about the previous generation's God of Boundary? Zhong Lingxiu. Hong Chiuyi was also startled, somewhat surprised by how Long Fei knew. Long Fei laughed gently and immediately summoned his god's pavilion, releasing Zhong Shenxiu from within. Master! As soon as Zhong Lingxiu landed on the ground, she immediately kneeled at Long Fei's feet. He was incomparably pious. He hated himself for not giving his knees to Long Fei, as if he was willing to give up everything to you. It was also at this time that the shocked expression on Hong Chiuye's face became even more indescribable. God of Boundary? Why is he still alive? Hong Chiuye said in shock, and the power of karmic luck within his body suddenly rose. Zhong Lingxiu was also stunned for a moment before she exclaimed, "Ancestral blood vein? The root of destiny?" I. Zhong Shenxiu was extremely excited, and then he began to wail. "I've been waiting for this day for so long. You, the holy courtyard, have caused Laozi so much suffering." Zhong Shenxiu's face was filled with grief and anguish. However, at this moment, he suddenly became alert. All the complaints on his face suddenly turned into horror, especially when he saw that everyone around him was looking at him with a face full of amusement. His expression turned bitter. Suddenly, his gaze turned towards Long Fei. "Master, this... could it be the Empress again?" Long Fei glanced at him snappily. "What do you think?" In an instant, Zhong Lingxiu's face twisted as if she had just eaten a coptis. The pain was indescribable. Finally, he turned around and looked at Hong Qiuyi. "Mistress, I've finally waited for you. This day will eventually come. I can finally give you the location of my god of boundary. I've waited far too long for this day." Zhong Shenxiu had a pious expression on his face, which was coupled with the fact that he was telling the truth. Zhong Shenxiu had a pious expression on his face, which was coupled with the fact that he was telling the truth. Even Long Fei had to say something. F***ck. Heavenly Xiu. Xiu it's really you. Long Fei was powerless to retort in his heart. But in Long Fei's heart, how could he have the mind to watch his performance? Cut the crap, just tell me what happened. Only then did Zhong Shenxiu feel at ease. It was as if he had been granted amnesty. Looking at Long Fei, his expression became heavy. "Master, you already know that my identity as a god of boundary is too useless. It's just a setup between a few inheritances and the holy mansion, and a cannon fodder that sent me away. It's all for the sake of seeing and hearing, to let the ancient world's power be satisfied without attacking, and to allow the Yang God realm more time. Actually, what I'm fighting for is the time for the birth of a new child of destiny." As Zhong Lingxiu spoke, she looked towards Hong Qiuyi. He continued, "But the name of the god of boundary is actually the Yang God realm's choice. The Sun God world's destiny has already been formed on the matriarch's body. However, you still need the heavens and earth to live up to your reputation before you can truly become a god of boundary," Zhong Lingxiu said. Hearing that, Long Fei already understood. The so-called true name mentioned by Zhong Lingxiu must be something that would require him to explain it to her personally. Just like the Zen blessing on earth, the crown was bestowed by the heavens. With that thought, Long Fei looked at Hong Qiuyi. At this time, it was up to Hong Qiuyi to make the decision. After all, by becoming the god of boundary, one would be able to confront the danger of the Yang God realm. As a result, Long Fei was also somewhat worried in his heart. And at this time, Hong Qiuyi also fell into silence. She was well aware of the dangers of the Yang God realm. She was even more clear that as long as she accepted the position of god of boundary, she would be closely connected to it. As for the danger of the Yang God realm, it was one side. More importantly, if she were to become a god of boundary, she would not be able to leave the Yang God realm for a short period of time. Long Fei, on the other hand, came from the outside world. What she was truly worried about was not wanting to separate from Long Fei. For a time, Hong Qiuyi was in a state of hesitation. However, at this time, Hong Yi appeared in the air once again. His hands moved, and a streak of profound light was pulled out from Zhong Shenxiu's body. "There's no need to think further. With my name, I bestow upon Hong Qiuyi the god of boundary. Yang Qi Luck Fusion." Hong Yi's voice spread throughout the world. In an instant, the karmic luck of the Endless Tower rose directly, enveloping the sacred court. And on Hong Ye's body, it was as if he had turned into a container. She, who had already inherited the qi of heaven and earth, was lifted up by the monstrous qi of qi. She floated in the air. Long Fei muttered to himself, and did not stop him. After Hong Yi woke up, Long Fei had already returned all of his qi and luck. This power was useless to him. To him, the Sun God world was only a transfer point in knowledge, and it wouldn't be long before he would be able to leave. The divine space was his true battlefield. Therefore, Long Fei left none of this power and returned it to Hong Qiuye. At this time, seeing that Hong Qiuye had already fused with the destiny of the Yang God realm, his heart calmed down. To Hong Qiuye, this was an opportunity. Unveil. The boundless power of karmic luck continued to converge, and the aura emanating from Hong Qiuye's body continued to grow stronger. Swish. At this moment, amidst the vast void, a resplendent golden bridge descended. It was like a ladder leading to the heavens that led to the river of stars. Long Fei was startled. The other side of the bridge? Long Fei said in a serious tone. The other side of the bridge extended to the other side. Within the world of the Sun God, when Qing Yang became God, there would also be a bridge that connected him to the other side. However, it was an illusory bridge, and at this time, Hong Qiuye's bridge could be seen with the naked eye. It was incomparably real. It was obvious that this was not the Sun God bridge. At this time, Hong Qiuye's figure also stepped onto the other side of the bridge and began to move forward. 1 step, 2 steps. The whole process went on smoothly without any hindrances. In the blink of an eye, Hong Qiuye's figure had already reached the other end of the bridge. He had only taken a few steps, but he had already crossed the river. Long Fei also let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. At first, under the calm surface of the other side of the bridge, an extremely powerful force suddenly appeared. Incomparable evil. It was as if the evil powers of the entire world had been gathered and was about to corrode the other side of the bridge. In the blink of an eye, the entire other side of the bridge became dark and gloomy, constantly swaying. Meng Xinji, you're courting death. Hong Yi's voice sounded again from the void. Infuriated. Ha ha ha, Hong Yi, you miscalculated in the end. What has come to this place is only your will. What's the use of having your real body on the other side? I've said before, in this era, only I can get past the other side. Ha ha ha, the other side of the bridge, collapse for me. Meng Xinji was full of laughter. In that instant, Hong Qiuye's figure was enveloped by an endless amount of evil energy. The void turned blood-red. Greedy ghost faces appeared one after another, opening their bloody mouths and beginning to devour Hong and Autumn Leaf's karmic power. Below, Long Fei's eyes instantly burned with anger. In an instant. At this moment, his physical strength seemed to have gone out of control as it began to move on its own. One by one, the cells began to split and reform, and each of the acupoints began to condense their power. Without hesitation, Long Fei leaped up and flew across the sky. In just a moment of absent-mindedness, he had fused with the endless evil energy and arrived at Hong Qiuye's side, hugging him in his arms. Long Fei, me. Hong Qiuye said, a trace of panic flashing across his face. Her aura was extremely unstable, and her entire person seemed to be dispirited and dispirited. As the power of destiny dissipated, it was already destined that she would fail to cross the other side. But halfway through her words, she was stopped by Long Fei. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. As long as I am here, I will definitely let you succeed. Long Fei said firmly. However, just as his voice fell, Meng Xinji's voice sounded again. Definitely succeed? Haha, I can see that you are just dreaming. Long Fei, you are too arrogant. At this point, even the Yang God realm's luck has been devoured by me. Do you think you still have the qualifications to say the word success? Ha ha, as matters stand, I have nothing to worry about anymore. As long as you devour the Yang God realm's destiny, then refine your son's power of nether. I will transcend the void, transforming the world into a world of darkness and darkness. I shall be the sole ruler. No one can stop me. Ha! At the center of evil, Meng Shenji was laughing maniacally. Long Fei's eyes congealed, and his killing intent instantly condensed to a high point. Old bastard, you really are a thief even if you are old and yet you don't die. However, in this world, there is nothing that I, Long Fei, am not capable of. If you want to devour young energy and luck, then let's see who can devour who. The fate of the entire sky, in the name of I, Long Fei, shall be seized. Long Fei roared out, and instantly, a gigantic whirlpool formed around him. The powers of karmic luck began to converge from the void. They had returned into Long Fei's body. This scene shook the heavens. This scene shook the heavens. Even in the air, Hong Yi's thought at this moment was stunned. He never thought that Long Fei actually had this kind of power, to be able to devour karmic luck. Ha ha ha, good job, kid. It is not in vain that I bet all of my juniors on you. He didn't let me down after all. Hong Yi laughed loudly. Long Fei acted as if she did not hear it, and devoured with all her heart. After devouring it, he would pass it down to the Hong Qiu Yi in his arms. All of a sudden, Hong Qiu Ye's body melted into Long Fei's embrace, and the gaze in which he looked at Long Fei with, was filled with infatuation. And at this time, the most shocked person was none other than Meng Shenji. Devour karmic luck? Impossible! For the sake of the luck of this era, I have refined the evil power of the previous era. How could you possibly take me away? I don't believe it! Meng Shenji screamed. He couldn't believe it. However, his current words to Long Fei were just a joke. The more crazily he shouted, the more Long Fei was pleased with himself. Seize my woman's chance? Plotting against my son? You want to compete with your father? Meng Shenji, I've given you face, haven't I? Long Fei said coldly, and with every word she said, the speed at which she devoured energy became even faster. In the blink of an eye, the energy that had been devoured by Meng Shenji had been recaptured by Long Fei and channeled into Hong Qiu Ye's body. How could you be so damn awesome? You've been scheming for so long, why haven't you calculated it? Is this daddy the current lucky child of the Yang God realm? You want to compete with Laozi? Are you worthy? Long Fei said fiercely, her eyes filled with endless ridicule. If Long Fei wanted to, the entire Yang God realm's destiny would be him. There was nothing else, because he was the son of destiny decided by the system. The system is the way of the king. It was the same for any other world. In front of the power of the system, they had to stand aside. As for Meng Shenji, he was even more berserk. The moment Long Fei acted, she immediately shattered his eternal hope. How could he not feel hatred? No! No, Long Fei. That's mine. Mine. Meng Shenji seemed to be screaming, hysterically falling into a state of insanity. Yours! Meng Shenji, why don't you take a look? Are you even worthy? This time, it's your doppelganger who did it, right? Don't worry, your father won't let you off even if it's just a clone. Moreover, when your true body arrives, it will be the end of you. Long Fei said coldly. Begging? Begging for mercy? Non-existent. Even if the little fellow was still in Meng Shenji's hands, Long Fei would absolutely not have any scruples. After all, he believed Hong Yi's words. Therefore, Long Fei was not worried at all about the little guy's safety. Instantly, Long Fei made her move. With a flip of his hand, a furnace appeared in Long Fei's hand. 10 cubes of the cosmic melting furnace, refine it for me. Long Fei bellowed, and then the heaven and earth shook. A huge and formless energy emitted from Long Fei's hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void began to rumble. In front of the power of the heaven and earth furnace, even space trembled. And the evil power that belonged to Meng Shenji began to evaporate in an instant. It was just a simple contact, and yet it was immediately refined. Roar! No! I'm going to tear you apart! Meng Shenji was struggling in pain, but everything was already decided. It was completely useless. Long Fei's strength could no longer be compared to how it was in the past. Now, if he wanted to kill Meng Xinji, he didn't need to rely on the mortal life palm. The same could be said about the heaven and earth smelting furnace. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Meng Xinji's clone. You have received 40,000 experience points, 40,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations player on obtaining evil devouring power. The system beep appeared. This also meant that Meng Xinji had been completely refined and no longer existed. Haha, well done. Kid, I didn't expect you to have this kind of power. Hong Yi's will of the body said. Humph. Long Fei immediately let out a cold snort, and wasn't in a good mood. He turned around and looked at Hong Qiuyi. Come, your husband will take you to the other side, Long Fei said softly. And Hong Qiuyi was already obsessed with it. In her eyes, the moment Long Fei moved to protect him, she would not refuse no matter what Long Fei said. Even if it was Long Fei who wanted him to give up on the god of boundary. Since she no longer cared about the life and death of the entire Yang God realm, she would not hesitate in the slightest. It was only because he was Long Fei. In an instant, Hong Qiuyi leaned on Long Fei's shoulder and followed Long Fei towards the other side of the lake. Soon, they could see the end of the bridge. 1 step across, that was the other side. As for Long Fei, she had already seen Hong Yi who was waiting on the other side. He silently raised his middle finger. Nothing else. Let's go, we'll cross this step. Husband and you will travel the same distance, Long Fei said with a smile. Hong Yi nodded heavily. However, just as the two of them took a step forward, the entire other side of the bridge began to collapse. It was as if he didn't want them to pass by. Not good, Long Fei, the ancient world's power has been released. Suddenly, Hong Yi shouted from the other side. Long Fei's footsteps paused, and instinctively carried Hong Qiuyi in his arms. And then, his eyes trembled as he stared into the void, towards the vast expanse of space and time beyond. Shwa shwa shwa. Streams of destructive power shot out from the endless space and time around them. Oh. The appearance of this power caused the world of the sun god to be completely shut down. It was as if he had sensed an instinctive fear. Since the world had closed itself off, the bridge over the river could no longer continue to exist. Ancient world? Could it be you, Emperor Xian? Long Fei thought, her gaze becoming increasingly cold. On the other side, Hong Yi's expression was also extremely ugly, as if he had also missed a step. He never expected that this kind of fork would appear at such a time. Long Fei, forget it. Seems like he did not have such luck after all. However, even if you ignore the other side, there is still a chance. We can only meet again after this crisis is resolved. Hong Yi's voice sounded. However, Long Fei completely ignored him. He turned around to take a look and said, "Forget it? Impossible. If my woman wants to cross the river, no one can stop her. If the other side of the bridge doesn't pass, then I will crush it. If the heaven and earth doesn't bend, then your father will destroy it. If he doesn't move in the air, then I will annihilate him. If you don't move beyond the other side, I'll move." Long Fei spoke word by word with a sinister look on her face. Incomparable madness. Hong Yi's expression became serious as he looked at Hong Yi, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Alright. What a great beyond the river. Long Fei, I will be waiting for you on the other side of the lake. I can even help you fight against the ancient world once," Hong Yi said. After hearing this, the craziness in Long Fei's eyes became even more berserk. "Turn around and gather all the energy in your body in an instant. Great hand seal of the mortal life, form it. The power of life, the faith of all. The power of life, the faith of all." The appearance of the big hand seal caused a sensation on the other side of the river. The other side of the bridge suddenly began to move, causing the entire space to be filled with the noise of battle. Amidst the rumbling sounds, an endless oppressive force shot out from the other side, seemingly wanting to suppress Long Fei and Hong Chiu-yi. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The pressure was unparalleled, and even space itself began to distort. Even Long Fei found it hard to resist at this time. In that instant, his body was crushed and bent. However, Long Fei's eyes were still filled with unswerving determination, and he firmly held onto Hong Chiu-yi's body. "The hand of life, help me to enter the other side," Long Fei shouted. Instantly, the faith of the countless living beings gathered on the hand. Streams of invisible power gathered in the air and eventually gathered together. In the end, a pair of large sparkling hands extended across the void, connecting towards the boundless void. The two of them supported Long Fei and Hong Chiu-yi's bodies. Rumble! Rumble! At the same time, a violent force swept through from the void. The boundless energy of the world exploded forth. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and a violent wind blew. This was the power of the heaven and earth, as well as the power of nature. It was as if he wanted to destroy this big hand and stop Long Fei. But at this moment, Long Fei's figure was like a rocket. A flash. He shattered the void. Then, he took a step forward, appearing in the starry sky off to the side. At this moment, Hong Yi suddenly appeared. This time, the real one had also appeared. It was not an illusory body. "Fellow Taoist, you truly are incredible," Hong Yi cupped his hands and said. If it was before, he would definitely not have dared to imagine that Long Fei's strength could make it to the other side. However, the current Long Fei was no longer the same as before. Even though there was still a gap, he had crossed the other side. This Tao friend had already expressed his attitude. "Hong Yi, the scenery on the other side isn't that great either," Long Fei said indifferently. He felt incomparably carefree in his heart. Fighting the heavens, fighting the earth, fighting with others, it was incredibly enjoyable. His entire life, he had been constantly fighting and killing. Now that he had suppressed the power of the other shore and landed on the other side, Long Fei felt extremely comfortable in his heart. At the same time, Hong Autumnleaf's aura also began to change. Under the effect of the power of the other shore, it began to sublimate. As for Long Fei, he was the same as well. The strength of his physical body began to change abruptly. Ding! Congratulations, player, on reaching the other side of the river. Physical transformation. Vacuum particle, transform however you want. Description: the body is invincible and can be upgraded. At the current level, the other side is void, the other side is void, the other side is limitless, the other side is the master of the era. The system prompted. Long Fei's eyes flashed. This was a qualitative breakthrough. Haha, F***ck, there's no need to split the time between them anymore. Before the evolution of the void on the other side of the sea, I could kill the sun god. And the sun god is already comparable to the peak of the super great complete realm of ancient world. That is to say, with my current strength, I'm at the super perfection stage. I'll have to rest for a few minutes. Long Fei thought and looked. He looked out into the endless space and time. A faintly discernible ball of energy was approaching him at an unimaginable speed. The power of the ancient world. Come. It doesn't matter if you are the masters of primal chaos or Xian nationality. Your father is waiting for you here. Long Fei's eyes were blazing like a burning flame. Of course, it was a type of fighting spirit that erupted. No matter which power of the ancient world arrived. In front of Long Fei there was only one word. That was killing. At this time, Hong Yi also approached. Congratulations, the strength of your body has now reached the other side. If you want to protect the Yang God realm, then you have an additional sliver of hope. Hong Yi said. He had transcended the other side of the lake countless of times, so it was natural that he could tell the changes in Long Fei with a single glance. The strength of the ancient world may not be as terrifying as you think. Moreover, with your strength, what is there to be afraid of? Long Fei asked. He was slightly disdainful. Right now, he only desired to fight. Especially now that his strength had broken through, it made Long Fei's heart surge with limitless energy. I can't wait to return to the ancient world right now. As such, he felt disdain towards Hong Yi's conservative attitude. But, Hong Yi. He shook his head. Long Fei, you should know that every single world has its own set of rules. Haven't you noticed that after you arrived in the world of the Sun God, the peak of this world is nothing but a piece of cake in front of you? Hong Yi asked with a grim expression. Long Fei was also stunned. Before this, he felt that this world was terrifyingly weak. Other than Meng Shenji, he was the only one who could do anything. A punch exploded. There were no obstructions. You mean? Ancient world's power is suppressing the Yang God world? Long Fei said. It's not suppression. Hong Yi shook his head. You were an accident. I had long since seen your clone coming from the other side of the River of Love. Everything that had happened to you had long surpassed the trajectory of the Yang God realm. Therefore, even I am unable to see through you. As for the impending arrival of ancient world's power, it's also because of the influence of the foreign power. It was this power that caused the Yang God realm to face such a crisis. Because the person in front of us is not an ancient world, but a foreign force. As he spoke, Hong Yi's expression became more and more solemn. Then, he looked at Long Fei and said, You should be clear that the war for the God of Boundary is about to begin. It just so happens to be a coincidence that my Sun God realm is the key amongst them. Hong Yi said. Long Fei's heart was also startled. The war for the God of Boundary. This was a central point that surrounded him in the unknown. He had never imagined that the key to the war for supremacy would be the Sun God world. What you mean is, once the power of the ancient world attacks, the war for the God of Boundary will begin? Long Fei asked. His heart was filled with anticipation. Yes, that's right. The strongest person in the ancient world had tyrannical power. Even I cannot see through them. Moreover, with the help of the power of other realms, the Sun God world has been completely suppressed. And now is the critical time. Now your woman has not become a God of Boundary. Once he becomes a God of Boundary, it would mean that the Yang God realm has advanced further, surpassing its original level. At that time, the battle for supremacy in the God of Boundary would also completely begin. Hong Yi said. Long Fei's heart sank a little. The whole thing was a bit confusing. Hong Yi was very secretive again. However, Long Fei understood. Now, the crux of the matter lay with Hong Chuya. As long as Hong Autumn Leaf becomes the God of Boundary. At that time, the God of Boundary contest would finally begin. With that thought, Long Fei looked at Hong Chiu-yi. Hong Yi was in a mysterious state. His body was surrounded by countless halos of light. Within the halo of light, an indescribable power was constantly modifying Hong and Autumn Leaf. The process was very slow, but one could see with the naked eye that Hong Chiu-ye's aura was constantly growing stronger. It was possible to foresee that when she regained consciousness, she would definitely become a sun god. On the other side, the heavens were in his eyes. On the other side, the heavens were in his eyes. Long Fei's gaze gradually grew heavy. The 4 words alien powers were too heavy. Even Long Batian was suppressed by this power back then. Is it really possible for me to do the same? Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and thought in his heart. But in the next moment, a vicious aura appeared again from Long Fei's body, heavily crushing this worry. F***ck, since when did I cower? When I was still in the Nantian region, I already had the courage to face the overgods. I didn't even cower when facing the oppression of the various divine planes. Now that we have reached the divine space, why should we be afraid? Impossible. Long Fei made up his mind and extinguished all his worries. Rather than being carefree and unconcerned, it was better to add some trick. Thinking of this, Long Fei looked at Hong Yi. Hong Yi, let's not talk too much nonsense. I want to forge the release wheel. Long Fei looked at Hong Yi and went straight to the point. Hong Yi was stunned for a moment, but then the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Wheel of Liberation? Very good. It's a real killing tool. However, I cannot help you with this matter. Hong Yi said. Why? Didn't you forge it yourself before? Long Fei did not understand. Hong Yi shook his head. Yes, you're right. I once forged my own great Wheel of Liberation. However, the Wheel of Liberation varies from person to person. The only thing I want to do is to transcend the other shore. It can be said that my Wheel of Liberation transcends the other shore. It is my foundation in the world of the Sun God, my transcendent weapon. But you are different. You have already ascended to the other side. If you want to forge the Wheel of Liberation, it will be even more difficult. Hong Yi said. As he spoke, his eyes lit up. Extremely sharp. However, I do know of one that might be able to give you even more power and allow you to forge the strongest killing weapon in the world. One of a kind. Even if it's a battle for supremacy in the God of Boundary, one can definitely shine. Suddenly, Hong Yi changed the topic and said. Long Fei's gaze instantly met his gaze as well. Where? Long Fei asked. Right now, the most important thing was to increase his strength. As long as possible, Long Fei would never give up. Even if it was a narrow escape, Long Fei would definitely give it a try. The most important place on the other side is the place of life and death. Hong Yi said. With that, Hong Yi turned this point into a ball of light and entered Long Fei's sea of consciousness. And at this moment, Long Fei's aura became even more distant. His breathing became rapid. Damn, Hong Yi, are you sure you're not sending me to die? This place is so terrifying, it must be a joke. Long Fei said helplessly. What Hong Yi showed him just now was a dead end. At their level, where wouldn't they go? Where can't I go? Therefore, a place that even Long Fei would think was a dead end was definitely a place that contained great terror. It wasn't that he had a narrow escape from death, but that he had a narrow escape from death. Look at me? Is this a joke? If it wasn't for the fact that I already possess the power of the other shore, I wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to take a walk. At the worst, it would just be a battle. As long as I don't die, I will die. You're not willing to let me leave this opportunity to you? Hong Yi said snappily. However, Long Fei became silent. Honestly speaking, just from the scene that appeared with Hong Yi, Long Fei already couldn't wait to go. That kind of power, that kind of aura made the current Long Fei's heart surge with emotions. He yearned for it. The more dangerous it was, the more it meant that there was something Long Fei wanted. All right, let's do it. Suddenly, Long Fei's eyes darkened as he said directly. He had suffered. Tired. He had never been scared before. This was Long Fei. No amount of strength was enough to make Long Fei lower his head. Hehe, is that right? Don't worry, I will take good care of your wife and children for you. Before you return, no one will be able to harm a single hair on your head. Hong Yi said. Long Fei nodded. With Hong Yi's words, that was enough. But then again, Long Fei felt that Hong Yi's words were a little ambiguous. Just as he was about to open his mouth to curse, he realized that Hong Yi had already disappeared. Long Fei, you can go without worry. Ha ha ha. Hong Yi's voice came from the other side of the river, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. F***ck, wait for Lousy to come back. I'll suppress you first. Long Fei thought. Immediately after, she gave Hong Chiu-yi a deep look, and Long Fei's gaze became firmer. Then he turned around and flew straight to a square deep in the other side of the river. He was extremely determined. At this time, ancient world. Boundless chaos wrapped around the divine space. Standing above the divine space, they formed their own world. Countless ancient family of the divine space, Zhou family, Gu family, Lin family, and so on, had all been moved. And this place was known as the upper realm of the primal chaos. Ha ha ha, we can finally escape the control of the Emperor Xian. All of this is given to us by the Lord of Primal Chaos. The Lord of the Primal Chaos is the true ruler of all time. What Emperor Xian, what number one ancient world, they are all bragging. Only the master of the primordial chaos is truly invincible. One voice after another sounded out within a palace as laughter and laughter filled the air. And this palace was called Primal Chaos Palace. At the highest point of the Primal Chaos Palace, the figure of the Lord of all Fiends was standing there. He was supreme and unparalleled. Even if he stood there calmly, it would be enough to attract everyone's attention. They would not dare to even utter a single word. As for the Lord of Chaos, a smile was on his face as well. With primal chaos in hand, the attitude of the world was vividly displayed. All right, I have felt your piety. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, any Emperor Xian, any Long Batian, any alien powerhouse, will all have to prostrate at my feet. But now, what about the information I want you to find out? Suddenly, the Lord of all Fiends' aura changed. He became incomparably imposing as he asked this question. My lord, the Xians has been moving a little too frequently recently, as if attacking another world. We still have some information on why he is attacking us. A member of the Lin family said with a restrained expression, afraid that the Lord of Chaos would blame them. Against another world? I'm afraid that in this world, there will be more people who have grown up, causing fear in the outer space powerhouse. The Lord of all Fiends said calmly. All of you, take your people and head there as well. However, he had a feeling that what the Emperor Xian was targeting was going to affect the changes in the situation. Furthermore, Long Fei might be among them. As the Lord of Chaos spoke, his killing intent exploded forth. Especially when he said the two words Long Fei, his words got even heavier. Anyone could hear the boundless killing intent contained within it. Don't worry, my lord. As long as it isn't Emperor Xian who is making a move, the people from Xian's are nothing to worry about. With our clan's experts and the 5 emperors' descendants here, none of this will be a problem. The Gu family general said. The Gu family had a name left through battle. Now that they heard that the Lord of Primordial Chaos had ordered them to attack the outside world, naturally, he thought it was a good opportunity to build his career and wanted to show off his skills. Yes. The Lord of all Fiends nodded. The scene changed. At the center of the endless river of stars, Long Fei's figure stopped outside a black hole. F***ck my power. The maelstrom filled the skies, swallowing up everything in its path. The maelstrom filled the skies, swallowing up everything in its path. It seemed to be a forbidden area for living beings. All living things must not approach. If one looked up, they would have the power to destroy the heavens. This kind of power was hard to describe. There was no physical distinction, no magic difference. Just the aura itself was filled with boundless strangeness. It gave people a feeling of just one word: death. Long Fei's footsteps stopped, and he basically did not dare to approach it. Even from his physical body, he instinctively felt the intent of dodging. It automatically transformed, blocking the invading aura. Ding, system prompt, high energy ahead, please evacuate as soon as possible. Ding, system prompt, high energy ahead, please evacuate as soon as possible. It was also at this moment that the system suddenly warned him. Long Fei didn't pay any attention to him, but his mood became even heavier. This power had been detected by the system. That won't do. With the power of my current body, it's impossible for me to even enter it, let alone obtain its power. Long Fei thought in his heart, his eyes filled with extreme unwillingness. Infinite tyrannical power was right in front of him. However, he couldn't get it at all. It was like saying, "I brought you a hot pot, but I didn't bring you chopsticks." Even if he wanted to eat it, he wouldn't be able to do so. This feeling was too painful. However, if Long Fei were to retreat now, Long Fei would be even more unreconciled. Moreover, now that the war for the God of Boundary was coming, he had already expected it. When the power of the world arrived and the Sun God world met with a crisis, it would be time for him to heavy the ancient world. If he did not increase his own strength, when that time came, what would happen when he faced the Emperor Xian and the Lord of Primal Chaos? Continue to be suppressed? Continuing to be crushed? No, impossible. This old man swears that when we go back, I won't flinch even if it's Emperor Xian. There's also the Lord of Chaos. There's no way I'll let him force me into a corner. Thus, I must obtain the power within. Long Fei gritted his teeth as he looked at the fearsome center of the black hole with determination. He suddenly rushed in. In an instant, strands of power directly wreaked havoc on Long Fei's body. Shwa shwa shwa. Instantly, blood spouted out like a column from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the sun god set on Long Fei's body was instantly destroyed. All the defensive powers dissipated without a trace. Furthermore, even Long Fei's body had become riddled with holes, as if thousands of energy had cut through it. 1. Long Fei's mind rumbled. The pain in his heart was indescribable. This sort of pain was as if it was being torn apart. No, there must be a way. Since this power exists, it must be obtained by others. Otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared back then. Long Fei's eyes were bloodshot as he continued to draw upon the power of his flesh and blood. Once again, he began the process of splitting and recombining the power of his flesh and blood. Ding, physical body experience increased, current level on the other side of the void, experience 50/15,000. The system's voice appeared again. And at this moment, Long Fei's eyes were brimming with light. Ha ha ha, Laozi knew that the system wouldn't be that easy to deal with. How could I take the initiative to leave? The more berserk this power is, the more exciting it will be to my body. If the other side can't withstand it, then I'll endure it. I refuse to believe that limitless won't do. Long Fei laughed out loud, his entire body turning into a vacuum particle, and then regroup, and then he was once again annihilated by the violent power, turning into fine dust. After that, it would be reorganized. Thus, the cycle continued. An unknown amount of time had passed by and Long Fei had long since become numb in front of this power. In the end, he didn't feel anything. Only the system kept prompting him for changes in his experience would make Long Fei a little excited. Ding, congratulations, player body leveled up, current level, other shore limitless. Suddenly, after the body passed through the resplendent berserk energy, Long Fei heard a system sound. Physical body upgrade successful. Instantly, Long Fei's body reassembled, from tiny particles to complete. However, this time, the impact of these energies hitting Long Fei's body was too much of a shock. Although it was still painful for Long Fei, he was a bit hoarse and his mouth twisted into a grin. However, it was already unable to break Long Fei's skin, and Long Fei's figure could finally stop in the space below the black hole. Fuck, I can finally stand and look at this world. Fortunately, Long Batian gave me this great opportunity back then. If it weren't for my fleshly body fusing with the great Tao root, I wouldn't be where I am today. Long Batian, don't worry. Once this old man annihilates the Emperor Xian and kills the Lord of Primal Chaos, I will definitely spare your life. Long Fei felt extremely carefree in his heart. And then, he looked at the world before him. This place was indeed a world. However, it was hard to describe. It was impossible to describe it in words. It was as if a civilization had existed in the heart of the world. However, the civilization had been destroyed, leaving behind only a pile of ruins. However, the more Long Fei read, the more shocked he was. Even if it was a piece of ruin that was presented in front of Long Fei, it was still a type of shock. Every part of the broken wall was filled with a kind of violent power that was difficult to break through. Damn, what happened here? How could such an existence be annihilated? Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. If one wanted to compete, they could only think of the Emperor Xian and the Lord of Primal Chaos. It's nothing. If this kind of civilization could be annihilated, then to what extent would the power of this attack reach? Whiz! However, it was at this moment that a beam of light suddenly exploded from the center of the world. He flew straight into the sky. As if drawing power, the ruins all crumbled. In the end, it became a dot of starlight that charged straight at Long Fei. Instinctively, Long Fei immediately retreated backward. Even if his heart was filled with desire for it, Long Fei knew that his current body was simply unable to withstand the impact of such power. But it was too slow. Even the infinite flesh infinity, instant teleportation, was incomparably weak in the face of such power. Just as Long Fei took a step back, the power had already rushed over and directly landed between Long Fei's eyebrows. And Long Fei had also lost consciousness for an instant. Somewhere, in an unknown place, crackling sounds continuously emerged from a secret room. 1. Asterisk 1. Asterisk 1. Asterisk. Initiate emergency announcement. Initiate emergency announcement. Initiate emergency announcement. With the revival of creation civilization, the power of the ruins has disappeared. Please do an emergency search. Please do an emergency search. Mechanical sounds rang out one after another. A young man was still tapping on the keyboard in his hand. However, a glint appeared in his eyes. Expectation. Crazy. And savage. Is that you? Long Fei. It must be you. In the room, the young man was unable to calm down. In the room, the young man was unable to calm down. At this time, a middle-aged man entered the room. You also designed this? The middle-aged man said. No, I don't know if he got it. But if it is also his own good fortune. We should be excited, shouldn't we? As long as he comes to the Paragon Plane, we. The young man said, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. Shut up. This time, no matter what, we have to cooperate with him. But whether or not we can find him is not something that we can decide. The middle-aged man said in a stern voice. His eyes were downcast, but his voice became softer and softer. The youth smiled but remained silent. The world of the sun god. The central court. 8 King Kong, Yu Rou, Lu Luoxi, Zhang Yu, and Li Wuxin were gathered together. His face was full of emotion. In the air, a gigantic ball of light could be vaguely seen. It was incredibly depressing. It was as if the entire sky was about to fall down. It seems this is the danger of the Yang God world's extermination. How is Long Fei doing? Lu Luoxi said in a low voice. It was filled with worry. She was worried about Long Fei, and also worried about the little fellow. Even now, the little guy was still in Meng Xinji's hands. Is it safe? Are you all right? Have you been abused? They were all existences that she was worried about. However, she didn't dare show it. Right now, it was a critical time. She did not want her emotions to affect everyone else. Boss just left, that's great. This power is really powerful. If the boss isn't here, we can fight in peace. As Li Yuanba said this, he released his battle chi and his supreme force on his fist. His fighting spirit was limitless. It was not only him, even the 8 King Kong, Li Wuxin, and the other great emperor's descendants were the same. Everything that they had was given by Long Fei. After he decided to call Long Fei his boss, everything was already decided. They were going to fight for Long Fei. Even the blood weeping yellow, even the loss of one's life. No regrets. But now Long Fei wasn't there. They had to protect everything in this place. And at this time, the entire world of the sun god became incomparably chaotic. It was like the end of the world. Birds wailed, beasts roared. Countless cultivators had left their homes in search of protection. Oh my God, this is going to be the destruction of my young god realm. Such a terrifying power, he's definitely going to die, he's definitely going to die. Who will be able to turn the tide this time? Countless voices helplessly resounded in the world, filled with a feeling of powerlessness. Now they longed for a superhero. To save them. He had come to take away the forces of the heavens and give them peace. However, everything was wishful thinking. No matter how much they screamed in their hearts. How could he ask for help? It was all useless. The heavens did not give them any hope. Outside of the sun god realm, that power still surged forth. Every minute that passed brought him closer to one point. Izu, did you really give up on us? Where are the powerhouse of the young god realm? Are they all dead? Who's going to save us? I don't want to die. There were wails and screams everywhere. At the same time, nobody cared about it. In the darkness, a figure quietly appeared, and then frantically released streams of power of darkness. The power swept through the crowd and entered the body. Despair. The end of despair is the eruption of evil. I want to use all the evil in this world to refine an evil era. When that time comes, what about Hong Yi or any of the external forces? They will all be crushed. And Long Fei, you destroyed 2 of my clones. This time, I will make you kneel in front of me. The Black Shadow said. He was none other than Meng Xinji. Meng Xinji's eyes were ferocious, and his face was filled with madness. After going crazy, more evil energy emanated from his body. At the same time, the 2 evil beings exploded with power. He rushed into the crowd. Countless cultivators' willfulness and evil in their despair completely exploded. They began to do whatever they wanted, wanting to do whatever they wanted before they died. In an instant, the entire young god realm fell into chaos before the calamity, as they descended into endless panic. They were in a state of panic. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and there was no end of desolation. Evil, massacre, sin, it seemed to be the theme of this era. The world of the sun god fell into endless darkness, and at the end of this darkness, in a place where space-time connected, an old man sat atop a cloud. In his hand was a lantern. Dreaming in the clouds, seeking longevity by lighting lamp. The old man said lightly. Beside him was a little girl. He had a well-behaved expression. However, there was still a faint sadness in his eyes. Bastard, your heart is not at ease again. The old man said. Grandfather, I don't want to be a dream-building master anymore. I want to go find Big Brother, she said with a look of anticipation. AI, why don't you understand that everything in the world is a dream? Life is like a dream. Life and death are like a dream. Invincible is like a dream. I will take you through the tombs of all the children. I will take you to see the ups and downs of this world, the transformation of life and death. I even lit a light for you, just to guide you to the land of the living. Why don't you understand? The old man sighed, somewhat disappointed. Grandfather, this is not a dream. I'm here, I've been here before. I know your big brother, I know Little Unrivaled, I know you, I know a lot of big brothers. They are real. If longevity wants to dream of itself, then reality will be reversed. This kind of longevity is not what I want. I just want to help Big Brother and accompany Little Invincible, she said with a serious expression. At this moment, the old man stopped in his tracks. His eyes seemed to be lost in thought. After a long while, his cloudy eyes once again shone with a brilliant light. He said, That's fine. Perhaps a fork has appeared in my path. This reception is only some sort of longevity, not true longevity. Come, I will bring you to see the suffering of humans. I'll send you to find your big brother, the old man said. As for Yaya, her face instantly lit up with happiness at this moment. At the end of the endless river, a black hole howled. Long Fei's figure was still floating in the air. Everything that had happened in the outside world had nothing to do with him. He did not know and did not understand. At this moment, he was in an extremely delicate state. The aura emitted from his body also became extremely strange. In his consciousness, Long Fei held onto the paperweight and looked at the energy floating above it, his eyes filled with incomparable joy. The strongest. Jubi is the strongest. This kind of strength absolutely surpasses those of the heavens. This kind of civilization, even if it was not a supreme plane. There's definitely not going to be a huge difference. Long Fei's eyes were firm and he was wild with joy. Long Fei's eyes were firm and he was wild with joy. This time, his bet was right. So what if it was the endless darkness? So what if he was dead? In the end, he still charged through. And now, he even obtained this power, and fused it into the paperweight. Ha ha ha, the heart of the wheel of liberation is already here. The next step is to fuse all these powerful energies together to forge the great wheel of liberation. Long Fei's heart was moved. He stared off into the distance, into the endless ruins. Here, there were treasures everywhere. Even in ruins, it was still a supreme divine ability. It far surpassed all the materials divinity Long Fei had seen. Using such a material, even if it was forging a divine weapon, it would still be a super treasure. In that moment, Long Fei's eyes released an endless radiance. Then, Long Fei's figure moved, directly entering into the endless ruins of a civilization. He started searching in a carpet style. The nameless stone is incomparably hard and sharp. Forging a stone weapon can immediately increase Yuan Ba's fighting strength by a level. Myriad Godwood, awesome! Having absorbed the endless power of thunder, the wind and frost had split apart, allowing him to draw in the power of nature. If you were to inscribe a 7-colored parasol, you will be able to make autumn leaf more explosive. Also, this drilling wood contains innate inscription. It should be suitable for you Ro to use. Long Fei immediately began his crazy harvesting. This place had directly become a natural military factory. To Long Fei, it was like a supply depot. Not only that, it was extremely heaven-defying. This was because these powers all came from the other side. If the refinement was successful for Yu Ro, Li Yuanba and the others, it would be a qualitative breakthrough. In fact, he might even be able to acquire good fortune on the other side of the river without even having to step foot on it. Long Fei also had this idea as he started to frantically search around. A moment later, Long Fei's figure had already swept across the entire ruins, gathering all the energy he could muster. Ha ha ha, great! I've finally gathered enough. The 8 King Kong, the 13 Emperors, and even the Master of the Plane have gathered enough weapons. The power of the other side of the same river. Ha ha ha, Emperor Xian, prepare your dog heads for me to harvest. Long Fei laughed crazily. After that, Long Fei's mind moved. He immersed himself directly in refining. However, at this time, outside the other side, in the void, the power of the ancient world finally descended. Hong Yi's figure stood on the other side of the lake, his sacred art surging as the great wheel of evacuation hovered horizontally in the air. Waves of power shot up into the sky. It formed a huge protective net that enveloped the entire area. To think that it would descend so quickly. I haven't even used much of my power yet. Even Autumn Leaf didn't become a god of boundary. It looks like the ancient world also had a change, which made the other party unable to wait. Just Long Fei. When are you coming back? Hong Yi's face was a little heavy. Even for a transcendent realm powerhouse, facing the power of the ancient world and the alien world, Hong Yi felt it was not easy either. He placed all his hopes on Long Fei. Only if Long Fei returned safely would they be able to sweep away this calamity. Protect the world of the Sun God. It was also at this time. Above the central sacred court, Lu Luoshi with Kong Kim and the great emperor's legacy was already prepared to fight to the death. Even though the sun god world didn't have much to do with them. But since Long Fei was present, they had to protect him. This was their only tie. By this point, the entire world of the sun god was on the verge of collapse. It was a joyous occasion to be disrespectful, and all the rules were being trampled upon. Evil became the sole ruler. The more destructive energy one felt, the more explosive the power of evil would be in the human world. It was as if they were going to unleash their final berserk attacks before they were destroyed. In the air, the powerhouse S of the ancient world S were endlessly berserk. With Sky Sovereign Pajun as the leader, countless Xian nationality were standing on the ship that broke through the domain. This is a super treasure, unparalleled in the world. According to legend, Emperor Xian personally made it himself, using materials from other realms, and combined it with an unparalleled ability to condense. He was able to control the power of the void and pierce through the world's defenses. Haha, Sky Sovereign, we're here. The world of the sun god is truly fragile. Look at them, before we even arrive, they have already begun to fall into a state of endless panic. Just struggle. The more you struggle, the more interesting you will be. All of the Xian nationality disciples looked down at the Yang God realm that was already supporting them as they spoke. In their eyes, the world of the sun god was like a slaughterhouse. They were the butchers. They had come here to kill and destroy. Sky Sovereign Pajun was also filled with killing intent as he said in a low voice, "This time, we must do it well. We absolutely cannot delay the great matter of the Emperor Xian. But right now, the timing isn't right." Great Emperor had once instructed that when a new god of boundary appears in the Yang God realm, the Yang God world would level up and set off for the outer space powerhouse. At that time, we'll be able to destroy the world of the sun god and seize his fortune. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the other side of the sky, his gaze filled with incomparable malice. There was the place where Hong Chiu Yi was currently promoted to God of Boundary. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, at this moment, the entire process suddenly stopped as it stopped in midair. Sky Sovereign, an unknown force appeared in front of us. From the looks of it, it seems like the powerhouse of this world has made their move. Should we rush over? The Xian nationality disciple reported, but his tone did not contain the slightest hint of worry, as if he did not place this power in his eyes at all. It's fine, even if it's the sun god world's Jiqiang, it's fine. The Emperor Xian naturally has arrangements, because this time we are not the only ones who acted. Right now, we will stay here and wait for the birth of the god of boundary of the sun god realm. Broken Sky Sovereign said, as if he had nothing to fear. It was at this time that a rumbling sound suddenly appeared from the other side of the Yang God realm. The power of the other shore released endless mystic light, completely merging into Hong Chiu Ye's body. In that instant, Hong Chiu Ye's eyes opened, and her strength was incomparably strong. After being baptized by the power of the other shore, she had completely become a powerhouse of the other shore, and this also showed that she had become the god of boundary of the Yang God realm. Hong Yi's figure flashed and appeared beside Hong Chiu Yi. "Autumn leaf, let's go." Hong Yi's expression was grave, without a hint of obsession. There was even a hint of panic. Hong Chiu Yi's eyes narrowed, his heart filled with astonishment. However, he still chose to believe Hong Yi's words. However, just as they turned around, an indescribably powerful aura descended from the sky. This power was supreme. He seemed to be the ruler of the universe, to control all the worlds of the stars. A new god of boundary has been born in the Yang God realm. The upgrade is a success. You have the qualifications to participate in the war for the god of boundary. Within 3 days there will be attacks from different realms. If the Sun God realm can withstand it, then the Sun God world will thoroughly enter into the 3,000 great worlds. If you can't block it, it will be replaced. A voice appeared out of nowhere, but it was only a voice, not a figure. It seemed to come from a place far away from endless time and space. "It's over." Hong Yi's eyes darkened as he looked into the sky, then towards the sun god realm, a tragic expression appearing on his face. It was also at this time that Hierarch Po, who was in control of the Ark of the Broken Domain, gave the order. "Kill!" With a command, the ship dived down and instantly attacked the defensive net that Hong Yi had set up. The ancient world had completely descended. The ancient world had completely descended. Hong Yi's power seemed to have no effect, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered. It wasn't that Hong Yi was weak. Rather, it was the means of the Emperor Xian to possess the power of the outer space powerhouse. Both sides, even with Hong Yi's strength, were of no use. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A booming sound broke through the heavens and earth. The great wheel of liberation released an endless amount of murderous power, bombarding the boat of Hierarch Shirtion again and again. However, it was not destroyed at all. It only left a deep mark. Ha ha ha, even the most powerful figures of the sun god world are nothing more than mediocre. You can't even break through my domain-breaking boat, and you still want to stop me? The Yang god realm must definitely be replaced by my ancient world. Countless Xian nationality disciples laughed madly. It was incomparably savage. Their smiles were filled with killing intent as if they wanted to massacre the Yang god realm. Broken Sky Sovereign's figure took a step forward. Looking at the Yang god realm's protection force that had already been broken through, he sneered. Just this little bit of strength? If that's the case, then this world of the sun god is truly fragile. In the blink of an eye, it has perished. Tianji Zun was extremely arrogant, a natural sense of superiority appearing in his body. However, he did not receive any response at all. Because right now, Hong Yi and Hong Chiuye were on the other side. No matter how awesome Senior Heaven Breaker was, he could not detect Hong Yi's existence at all. Damn it, a mere ant dares to disregard my existence like that. Hong Yi gritted his teeth, but he endured it in the end. However, Hong Chiuye, who was on the side, couldn't hold it in any longer. He turned around, and was about to cross the other side to return to the Yang God realm. No, if you head back now, you won't be able to stop Ancient World at all. Ancient World is not scary. The scariest thing is that there are powerhouse from the outside realms behind this. The power that they are controlling is absolutely not something that you and I can compare with. Hong Yi said, stopping Hong Chiuye. However, Hong Yi did not stop at all. Zhu, Long Fei's brothers and women are still in the Yang God realm. I can't just ignore them. Otherwise, if any of them were to meet with an accident, I would not even have the face to face Long Fei. Even if I die, I will die before them. Hong Chiuye said in a deep voice. Hong Yi stared in shock, his eyes filled with ferocity. Then, he steeled his heart and said, "You're right. It's because I've been worrying too much. The Yang God realm is my place of transcendence, and I cannot abandon it. Since they want to seize my Sun God realm, then let's do it once and see who kills who." The coldness in Hong Yi's eyes also erupted. No matter what, he was still a transcendent powerhouse. He didn't dare to accept the challenge even when someone came knocking on his door? Non-existent. As he thought of this, Hong Yi opened the path on the other side. Crossing the other side. You stay here and guard this place. I promised Long Fei that I would protect his woman well. Since I've agreed, I will definitely do it. Leave this battle to me. As Hong Yi spoke coldly, he stepped on the ship of good fortune and traversed the void, arriving above the Yang God realm. At that moment, Broken Sky Sovereign stopped in his tracks. With a wave of his hand, the real boat came to a halt. Broken Sky Sovereign's eyes narrowed as well, no longer relaxed. The moment Hong Yi appeared, he was speechless. Yell, you little bastard, I gave you face, didn't I? You want to go to Senior Mie's Yang God realm? I want to see how many people you have to die. Hong Yi's voice was filled with killing intent. All this time, he placed his hope on Long Fei and did not want to face the powerhouse directly. If he didn't make a move, the alien powerhouse would have to make a move. When that time came, it would be even more difficult to escape from the Yang God realm. But now Long Fei had not returned, and Long Fei's woman and brothers were still in the Yang God realm. He had no choice but to act. Even if it was a fight to the death with an alien powerhouse, they also definitely had to protect Long Fei's brothers and women. Alone? It seemed that the Sun God world really didn't have any masters? Only one person dares to stand in our way? No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than the alien powerhouse? A method that is stronger than the Emperor Xian? Kill! At the command of Hierarch Petion, a certain coldness raged. But he himself did not make a move. He directly controlled the ship to break through without any hesitation. He knew that Hong Yi was very strong. Thus, very smart people choose to hide within the boat and use the power of the boat to attack. After all, the domain-breaking arc contained the will of the Emperor Xian, and it also contained the power of the alien powerhouse. He did not believe that Hong Yi would be able to withstand the dual power. Boom! At this moment there was a loud bang. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst forth from the ship. Wave after wave of destructive power wreaked havoc. It turned into a series of physical damage figures and fell onto the floor with a loud bang. As for Hong Yi, he was now using his full power. On the ship of good fortune, with the undying tablet in his hand, he rushed out in an instant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire space exploded at this moment. It was incomparably violent and terrifying. However, at this time, another force swiftly swept over from the sky. It took advantage of the time between Hong Yi and Senior Broken Sky, and directly bombarded into the world of the Sun God. Ha ha ha, you never thought of that, right? No matter how awesome Emperor Xian is, don't you still want to drink our foot-washing water? Ha ha ha, go ahead and kill him. As long as the world of the Sun God is destroyed, the Lord of Primordial Chaos will definitely lead us to and fro through the universe. The inheritance of the ancient family of the divine space and the 5 emperors had arrived, and then he began to wildly kill. Hong Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light, extremely unwilling. But now, facing the Emperor Xian's purgatory boat and the power of the alien powerhouse, he couldn't even do anything to his avatar. No matter how anxious he was, there was nothing he could do. But right at this moment, 8 profound lights suddenly appeared above the sacred hall in the center of the Yang God realm. It was a dazzling display of brilliance in the middle of the sky. In an instant, the holes that had been pierced through in the Yang God realm were all filled. The power of the sky spill. The power of extermination. Decaying power. Power of the stars. The 5 types of power instantly erupted forth, each of them containing an absolute will to slaughter the heavens. These 8 profound lights were precisely the methods used by the 8 King Kong. Hong Yi looked down with a slightly relaxed expression. He was powerless to interfere in the battle below. He could only try his best to stop the person in front of him. Only in this way would there be a strand of hope to protect the Yang God realm. With a thought, Hong Yi attacked again. All saints on the other shore, descend. Hong Yi bellowed and attacked again. In the blink of an eye, a palace appeared in the air, followed by numerous silhouettes. The plate, 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 the plate. They waited for the ancient sacred emperors and the inheritors of the various transcendent powers to emerge from the various halls. The first battle began. Boom! 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 In an instant, the domain-breaking arc was struck by the berserk power and all of the Xian nationality disciples died. The endless skies of the sun god was swept up by the flames of war. The endless skies of the sun god was swept up by the flames of war. Hong-yi was a monarch, sweeping across ancient world. Once all the temples appeared, no one could be a match for them. However, at that very moment, a spirit flag appeared in Sky Sovereign Pujun's hand. On the flag, inscription symbols jumped and flashed, emitting an extremely sharp aura. The number 1 powerhouse of the Yang God realm is indeed extraordinary. But do you think that you can reverse the outcome just because of this? Impossible. Emperor Xian has already known everything since a long time ago. Receive the spirit flag out. Sky Sovereign Pujun suddenly moved, both hands exerting force. His boundless immortal energy burst forth. Soon after, the flag began to break apart. Shwa shwa shwa. Then, a bright light flashed. In the air, 2 silhouettes directly descended. One was green while the other was yellow. The auras of the two of them were incomparably strong. His true form alone was enough to cause this entire world to collapse. It was as if he couldn't bear the other party's strength. Senior Envoy, it is this child that is hindering our grand plan. The instant this person appeared, Sky Sovereign Pujun's eyes suddenly shone with a look of obsequiousness and flattery. This child's power is extraordinary. He's the Yang God realm's number 1 expert. Only by annihilating him can we continue our plan. Destroy the Yang God realm and start a war for hegemony for 10,000 realms. Sky Sovereign Pujun was incomparably arrogant, as if everything was under his control. However, he overestimated himself. Or perhaps it could be said that he had overestimated the Emperor Xian. Tsing Yi and Huang Yi didn't care about Sky Sovereign Yin. Instead, he looked at Hong Yi curiously. A single beam of universal power with a cultivation level comparable to a higher realm's god of boundary? Not bad. I didn't expect to see such an expert in such a place. It made people sing and criticize Hong Yi. Hong Yi's face changed from red to green as well, looking extremely heavy. His gaze was fixed on the two of them. Outsiders, Hong Yi said in a deep voice. That's right, I didn't expect that you, from an edge world, would be able to touch upon the power of the universe. You are even about to ascend to a higher realm. Unfortunately, you all will not have the chance, the envoy said, cold and emotionless. In their eyes, the level of the world determined everything. Even if the Yang God world was about to level up. However, in their eyes it was still useless. The fighting spirit in Hong Yi's eyes grew even stronger. The various saints stood in the air with heavy expressions. It was as if he was carrying the glory of a world. And a supreme mission. Hong Yi took a step forward and walked in front of everyone. There were many powerhouses on the ship of destiny, with immortal monuments in their hands and the various temples above their heads which were closer to the ancient sun god realm. A human wall. Then Hong Yi slightly bent his body as if bowing. Everyone, the Yang God realm is at death's door. Let's fight. Hong Yi said. Behind him, the sacred grounds and other ancient strong remained silent. They were not really physical in nature. Back then, they were suppressed by Hong Yi and became existences within the various temples. However, they still had their own consciousnesses. Being silent didn't mean that they were afraid. Because, at the moment Hong Yi's voice fell, several people attacked. All sorts of energy gathered in the void. It blasted towards the two people in the sky at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Huge areas of the void space were smashed down, and a punch that could shatter stars appeared. However, at this time, Qing Yi and Huang Yi stood motionlessly in midair. Until the moment when many forces exploded and were about to bombard them. Qing Yi pointed out her finger. Although it was only a light tap of his finger, it contained an absolute power. Crushing everything. Even if a person was at the peak of the sun god realm, even if they were on the other side, they would still be unable to withstand a single blow from such power. Puff, puff, puff. Zhang Xian nodded. One figure after another fell to the ground. Trash too weak. In this world, aside from you, who is a bit interesting, the rest are trash who have never entered the universe. He can't even withstand a single blow. The spearhead was locked onto Hong Yi. Come on, kill you and this world will have no chance of evolving. Only then will our big plan be able to continue. The power of her fingertips pierced through the heavens and earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An enormous rumbling sound swept across the world. Hong Yi's face also changed drastically. In this instant it ignited all the other temples. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of an enormous explosion shook the world for thousands of miles. The Xian nationality disciples were directly struck by the explosion and instantly lost a lot of lives. Even Pu Jun did not manage to escape as he was blasted into the air by the violent force. If he didn't have the power to break through, he would have been injured. However, this power had no effect on Qing Yi. The other side didn't receive any damage at all. Seeing this, Hong Yi's face was terrifyingly cold. The various temples were already one of his most powerful methods. Not only were the saints annihilated, even the other temples self-destructed, but they still didn't inflict the slightest bit of damage to their opponent. Then, that person, just how strong would he be? Hong Yi's heart was heavy. But at this point, he had no other choice but to fight to the death. As he thought about it, the immortal monument in Long Fei's hands released a mystical light. Then, it left Hong Yi's hand and smashed into the void. Boom! The entire undying tablet exploded with boundless energy, rushing straight at the two in green and yellow clothes. It's just an insignificant skill. If the Yang God world really succeeds in leveling up, your power will be baptized by the entire universe. You might be able to advance even further. At that time, even we will have to retreat. But now, this sort of power is simply trash. Destroy. The green-robed middle-aged man sneered and continued pointing. However, this finger contained a supreme aura. It was as if under the power of this aura, all attacks would be wasted. It was instantly annihilated. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The undying monument in that instant exploded. It immediately transformed into dust, dissipating into the air. Hong Yi was stunned and bitter. Another celestial holy artifact has been destroyed. It didn't even have the chance to damage the other party's skin before it was completely destroyed. Damn it. Is the power of a foreign land really that powerful? Hong Yi felt indignant in his heart. As he turned his head, he looked at the world of the Sun God. It was a scene of devastation. There was war everywhere. If not for the power of the 8 King Kong being able to mend the loopholes in the Yang God realm, he probably would have already fallen into hell on earth. Crack, crack, crack. Hong Yi clenched his fists. The killing intent in his eyes was like frost. However, it was still unable to stop anything. In front of the outer space powerhouse, his strength did not cause any ripples at all. It was also at this moment that Qing Yi made her move. It looks like you're not much either? If that's the case, then the Sun God world really shouldn't exist any longer. Destroy the world of the Sun God. Qing Yi calmly made her move, and the power of her finger attack was just as strong as before. However, in the face of such power, the entire world of the Sun God was powerless to resist. Even Hong Yi was prepared to gamble everything he had, to bring out his wheel of liberation. The world of the Sun God was in imminent danger. The center of the black hole, the middle world of the ruins. The center of the black hole, the middle world of the ruins. Long Fei's figure floated in midair as a green light flickered before her eyes. Light came and went. Every time it flickered, an extremely powerful aura would appear. Ding, successfully refined. Please name the player. The last ray of light flashed by, while Long Fei laid weakly on the ground. Fuck, it's really not easy. This black hole's power is like a super airdrop. It directly made me lose a ton of weight. But that power is too hard to control. It was actually created tens of millions of times before succeeding. Long Fei secretly thought. Time was something that Long Fei had no idea about. During this period of time, his entire mind was completely immersed in artifact forging. Until now, when the 8 King Kong and the 13 great emperors had all refined a set of super treasure. I've finally completed it. I wonder what kind of power my wheel of liberation can unleash now. Long Fei thought in her heart as she looked above the black hole. Suddenly, a throbbing sensation appeared on Long Fei's heart. It was as if an inexplicable summons had come over. Damn, could it be that the ancient world has already descended? Long Fei's heart tensed up. Inside this black hole, Long Fei no longer had the concept of time. Now that he calculated it, Long Fei's heart tensed up. I must hurry back as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know if the Yang God realm can still be preserved. Long Fei thought, her eyes moved, and she leaped up. With a single leap, he rushed into the endless darkness. His body was like a fish swimming in the water as he traversed the void, shuttling through the endless black hole. However, at this time, the aura and power inside the black hole no longer affected Long Fei at all. Furthermore, in the entire space, a series of changes were triggered by Long Fei's actions, as if she was respectfully sending him off. Very quickly, Long Fei's figure returned to the source of the black hole. Long Fei turned back in silence, looking at the endless ruins, her heart at a loss. For some reason, Long Fei had a feeling in her heart. There must be some other connection between him and the ruins. However, it hadn't been developed yet. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I've already obtained the strongest power within this black hole. This time, I will make the Emperor Xian kneel down and sing, conquer. Ancient world, hee. This time it's not your attacks, but my counterattack. Long Fei's eyes were firm as he broke through the infinite black hole in the blink of an eye. And now, the world of the Sun God had completely become a bloody killing ground. Long before the outsiders invaded, the Sun God world was in complete chaos. At this time, the ancient families and forces had invaded, causing the Sun God world to fall into complete chaos. Other than Lu Luoshi and the others who had the power to fight, the rest of the people who had their sights set on them were like useless bastards, lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They did not have the strength to resist and were directly killed. In the air, Hong Yi was still fighting for his life. There were many other methods to prevent this from happening. The ship of good fortune had already used up all of its power of good fortune, and yet it had only managed to hold them back for a moment. Only the great wheel of evacuation of today. The most powerful weapon of the divine king of the Yang God realm. Only then would he be able to barely block the two of them. TSK, not bad. I never would have thought that this sort of world is able to produce such a technique. Fortunately, the world of the Sun God hasn't been successfully upgraded yet. Otherwise, even we don't have the strength to fight back. As the middle-aged man spoke, his face was filled with shock. However, most of them were greedy. He looked at the wheel of relief in Hong Yi's hands, full of desire. At this moment, the yellow-clothed middle-aged man also stepped forward. If I'm late, then everything will change. The power of the Sun God world is a bit strange. It seems to be extremely close to the forbidden zone in the universe. I suspect that his power was stolen from within. Hurry up and attack. Exterminate him in case of any mistake. The yellow-clothed man said, his eyes cold. Okay. In any case, as long as he dies, the Yang God realm will be completely destroyed. We can return and report back. As the middle-aged man spoke, a strong killing intent burst forth from his eyes. Heaven exterminating finger. Swish. He pointed his finger at the void. The power of endless annihilation erupted from the point of his finger, surging like a tidal wave. It charged towards Hong Yi like a madman. The yellow-clothed man didn't stay idle either. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and a light flashed in his palm. A huge ball of light began to condense in his palm. It was like an ancient moonlight from the vast expanse. However, just like the man, he was filled with killing intent. Swish, swish. Instantly, the two types of energies merged together and descended with a loud bang. At this time, Hong Yi's battle had already reached its peak. His entire body was covered with wounds, and he no longer looked like a person who had transcended powerhouse. Ha ha ha, come. If you want to destroy my Yang God realm, that will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. If you push me too far, I will even self-destruct the great evacuation wheel. Let's see if you guys have the ability to bear it. Your father will send you to your deaths in this battle. Hong Yi's eyes were filled with madness. With a wry smile on his face, he channeled all of his power into the great wheel of liberation without caring about his life. Not good, he wants to self-destruct. Stop him. Otherwise, even if it's you or me, we would be injured. Qing Yi and Huang Yi's expressions changed drastically. They did not have the time to unleash the power in their hands as they turned around and used different methods to suppress Long Fei, wanting to stop him. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A figure was jumping through the air. With just a few flashes, he had already arrived beside Hong Yi, grabbing him and leading him away. Qing Yi and Huang Yi were stunned. They turned around and looked at Hong Yi, unable to contain their anger. Bastard, you still want to save him? Qing Yi let out a cold snort, then pointed with her finger. However, this time, his power did not even reach Hong Yi before it was dispersed by a surge of power. Save her? Save my ass, you're a retailer. I, your father, am here to kill. A voice filled with boundless killing intent rang out. It was Long Fei. Looking at everything that was happening before his eyes and the current miserable state of the Yang God realm, Long Fei's heart burned with fury. This was especially true for Hong Yi. Even though he was not in any life-threatening danger, he had lost his combat power in order to self-destruct the great wheel of emancipation. Kid, you've finally come, Hong Yi said weakly. However, his eyes were filled with gratitude. He had waited until this moment. As long as Long Fei came, there would still be hope for the Yang God realm. Don't worry. Since you've fulfilled your promise, you'll protect my woman brother. Then I will definitely do what I promised you. Whether it's the ancient world or the two old dogs in front of me, they're all gone. Long Fei said coldly as a Buddha seal appeared in her hand. Long Fei, you must be careful. They are alien powerhouses, and their powers cannot be compared to that of ancient worlds. With the support of the world's origin energy, they are naturally suppressing us. Hong Yi reminded. But Long Fei didn't take it to heart at all. From the moment he saw Hong Yi's miserable state, he had already made up his mind. This battle, he was determined to fight to the end. If not for Hong Yi, Long Fei might still be running around to save little Invincible. If not for Hong Yi, Long Fei might still be running around to save little Invincible. If not for Hong Yi, he wouldn't have so easily completed the Yang God world's mission. If it wasn't for Hong Yi, he wouldn't have been able to enter the black hole and obtain that power. Moreover, if it wasn't for Hong Yi, his woman and brother would have already been in trouble. This is good. Towards Hong Yi, although Long Fei was disdainful on the surface, he had long treated him as one of his own. He was even slightly grateful. But now, because of him, Hong Yi was almost destroyed. How could Long Fei possibly endure this? Ha ha ha, kill? Who do you want to kill? He's just a piece of trash. You actually dare to boast so shamelessly in front of us? You truly do not know your place. The azure-robed man laughed heartily. As for what Long Fei had said, he treated it as a complete joke. The heck you laugh at? Do you think that you're so powerful just because you're from outside this region? How was Long Batian able to slip away like a dog all those years ago? You're acting cool in front of me? Let me tell you, if Long Batian can do it, I can do it too. Also, if Long Batian can't do it, this daddy will do it too. For example, killing all of you. Long Fei enunciated every word coldly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was also at this time that Sky Sovereign Pajun, who was hiding within the profound sky arc, appeared again, and looked at Long Fei with a face full of pleasant surprise. Haha, Long Fei. I never thought that I would meet you here. This is great, killing two birds with one stone. Since you are able to destroy the Yang God realm, then I can also kill you. At that time, who in this world can stop my Xian nationality? Sky Sovereign Pajun laughed maniacally. In fact, his entire body had jumped out of the ship. Long Fei's eyes moved and turned. Broken army? Long Fei was startled. He then looked towards the people on the ship. His eyes immediately turned red. When enemies meet, their eyes will turn red. Someone from the Xian nationality? Very good. I never thought that the one who would attack the Yang God world this time would be you, Xian nationality dogs. That's even better. Today is your father's first battle before he returned. Before I killed the Emperor Xian, I used you as a sacrifice. Long Fei said coldly, his gaze extremely cold. Of course, Long Fei would never let these people go. This was an undisguised experience. Even if he couldn't level up in the Sun God world, Long Fei was definitely jealous. The mortal life Great Palm consumed too much experience. It was a skill that burned through money. He had already used it once before to cross the other side, but now that he had exhausted all his experience, he only had 20 billion or so left. That was not enough for him to use again. And now, the people from the Xian nationality had arrived. The distance to the end where they could directly face the Emperor Xian was getting closer and closer. Long Fei naturally had to prepare all of his trump cards. Thinking up to here, the Buddha seal in Long Fei's hands instantly exploded outwards. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The pagoda seal vibrated in the air and directly pierced through the heavens and earth. It descended onto the arc of the breaking domain and then fell heavily onto the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Boom. The heaven and earth rumbled. One Xian nationality after another was forced out of the boat by the power of the Buddha seal, and were instantly crushed. Died in the wild. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Xian nationality disciples. You have obtained 500,000 experience, 500,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value. Ding. The system kept prompting him. In Long Fei's heart, however, was instantly overjoyed. Originally, he was a little worried because these people were the power of the Xian nationality. They would give him a lot less experience, but who would have thought that it wouldn't have any effect at all? Haha, great! It seems that before I return to the ancient world, I have to kill enough at once. Long Fei sneered. He attacked again. Pagoda seal, 5 elements sword demon, and demon ox boxing style, all sorts of methods, one after another. In an instant the entire space was filled with Long Fei's power. Even Qing Yi and Huang Yi were shocked by the power that Long Fei had displayed. This kind of power was already stronger than Hong Yi. How is this possible? His fleshly body. He had actually reached the universal standard. Not only that, there seems to be an even more powerful force contained within it. This won't do, this child must die. Otherwise, it will most likely affect our plans. The yellow-clothed man's voice became gloomy and his expression became sinister. His eyes narrowed and killing intent surged within them. Right, we absolutely can't let him attack again. Qing Yi stopped her nonchalant attitude. In an instant, his expression changed from one of disdain to one of monstrous, killing intent. And it was also at this time that the entire domain-breaking arc had already been bombarded by Long Fei in succession. One Xian nationality disciple after another were beaten out. But there was only one result, and that was death. In the blink of an eye, in less than 3 breaths, the entire ark had been completely destroyed by Long Fei. As for Sky Sovereign Pejun, he too was exposed in the void at this time. "Go, envoy, save me!" Sky Sovereign Pejun began begging for help. He never would have thought that, however, it was only a short period of time before Long Fei's strength had already reached this level, causing him, who was at the peak of the ultimate great complete realm, to not even be able to match up to someone who was half a step away from being respected. No, not unattainable. He had already reached the height of looking up. "Master, this kid has long patience power. As long as we kill him, we can obtain it. The last time I saw him, he was just a piece of trash. I could have killed him with a flip of my hand. But now, he's already this strong. All of this is definitely because of Long Batian." Broken Army Empyrean said. In order to live, she even told him about Long Fei possessing Long Batian's power. Sure enough, after he spoke, Qing Yi and Huang Yi looked at each other in the air. Amidst their shock, their killing intent reached its highest point. Long Batian? As expected, no wonder I had such a feeling of apprehension. If that's the case, then you deserve to die even more. Even if the Heavenly Emperor himself were to come, he wouldn't be able to save you. As the two of them spoke, they attacked at the same time. Crash! In an instant, the entire space was pulled and a powerful force fell from the sky, cleansing the heavens. "Brat, go to hell!" Boom! Instantly, the strength of the two of them descended. But Long Fei, at this moment, had turned a blind eye. He didn't see it at all. This kind of power was strong? Was he able to overtake the devouring torture of the black hole ruins? Even that kind of power, Long Fei could withstand it with limitless body. This kind of power was nothing. At this moment, Long Fei only had one goal in mind. That was Sky's sovereign broken army. So, Long Fei's figure began to flicker, and with a single stride, he crossed several tens of thousands of meters. In an instant, he had arrived in front of Sky's sovereign Pejun. Then, a punch was fired out. Boom! 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 His fist was invincible, directly piercing through Sky's sovereign Pejun's chest. If the previous punch had been invincible, then that meant that he had reached the Sun God realm. Then, as physical body would continue to grow stronger, this punch was already invincible. Even if it was against Ancient World, a powerhouse like the Sky-Breaking Army would still be killed with a single punch. At the same time, the system beeped out a prompt. Ding! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying the Army Destroyer Sky Sovereign. The reward is 3 million experience points, 300,000 holy source points, and 1 point of Berserk. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying the Army Destroyer Sky Sovereign. The reward is 3 million experience points, 300,000 holy source points, and 1 point of Berserk. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining the army. Ding! Congratulations to player on obtaining Xian Nationality's Heavenly Sovereign Badge. Ding! Detected devourable strength, army breaking force has been devoured. Ding! Swallowed material detected, the Heavenly Sovereign token has been devoured. The system kept prompting him. Long Fei's eyes were also filled with confusion. The destructive army's power and the Xian Nationality's Heavenly Sovereign Badge were completely incompatible with his current strength. There were no essences that could be consumed. However, at that moment, 2 rays of light appeared on the wheel of liberation he was forging. In an instant, the aura became even stronger. The wheel of liberation can still be swallowed? Is this power awesome? Could it be that I can evolve again later on? Doesn't this mean that I now possess a super divine treasure that has unlimited possibilities? Long Fei's heart stirred. Sensing the surging power from the wheel of liberation and the aura which could annihilate the world, he smiled coldly. A broken army Empyrean was only an appetizer. His real target was the two people in front of him. It was also at this moment that the attacks of Qing and Huang once again appeared out of nowhere. This time, both of them did their best. One palm the world. He's the one in charge of the world. The two types of power clashed. Boom! The heavens and the earth intersected, and the void moved about unhindered. It was as if the entire void world had been beaten back to its original state. Even if you obtain long patience power, what can you do? The height also depends on the person. Your current cultivation is nothing but trash in our eyes. Destroy! Qing Yi said coldly while her palm also landed on the ground. In an instant the palm fell from the sky. It was incomparably huge. The entire area within millions of li of the square garden was covered. And this palm contained an aura of annihilation. Just as he had said, one palm to the heavens. Within that palm was heaven and earth. Long Fei turned and looked at the power that was dropping from the sky, his eyes heavy. But soon after, a roulette directly appeared in Long Fei's hand. Instantly, the color of the sky changed. In the distance, Hong Yi's eyes suddenly shone with astonishment as he looked at the power in Long Fei's hand. Wheel of Liberation. He also possessed a Wheel of Liberation, so the moment the wheel in Long Fei's hand appeared, he could see it clearly. However, the power that Long Fei's Wheel of Liberation possessed was incomparably berserk, and was not something that his Wheel of Liberation could compare to. Ha ha ha, good job. I knew that you were the one who had ordered me to resolve the crisis in my sun-god world. It wasn't in vain that I gave my descendants to you as wives. Ha ha ha, well done. Hong Yi was extremely excited. However, Long Fei ignored him. The instant the roulette appeared in his hand, in Long Fei's heart, he had already blacklisted the two outer space powerhouses, Qingyi and Huangyi. Death blacklist. Swish. The Wheel of Liberation suddenly separated from Long Fei and shot into the sky. Moreover, it began to spin the moment it reached the sky, releasing waves of power that could shake the world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The roulette continued to grow larger, covering the entire area. It was like a wheel that controlled the fate of all living things. Every time it spun, it would unleash an extremely powerful suppressing force. In the blink of an eye, the suppressive force was unleashed. What a palm of heaven and earth, what a master of the world, in this instant was completely crushed. The wheel began to move and the world seemed to fill up. Walala! Rays of oppressive power descended from the sky. In an instant, both of their powers were annihilated. What kind of power is this? Impossible, this is a taboo power in the universe. How could he possibly possess it? We must kill him. Otherwise, our world will never have peace. Both of them looked flustered. They were used to being arrogant, relying on the fact that his world was a higher realm. He didn't even care about the myriad world. But now, facing Long Fei's power, they had no resistance at all. This sort of power was something that he had absolute control over. But now, when Long Fei's big wheel appeared, the entire space was being crushed. Under this force, their physical bodies and souls began to compress rapidly. Break for me. The two had used everything they had, but at this moment, they weren't hiding anything. He was no longer acting cool like he was before. He was completely trapped in a desperate situation. On the other hand, Long Fei had a face full of disdain. There was madness in his eyes. Haha, is this the power of the Ruins realm? As expected of the strongest power. Awesome class. It's a supreme divine treasure that can crush the heavens. Long Fei was ecstatic. A single divine treasure was enough to dominate the heavens. Just you, who else? As he thought about it, Long Fei's hands moved, and the large wheel instantly shone with a profound light. He became even more berserk. In the blink of an eye, the large wheel began to wildly spin, smashing down towards the two of them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire space collapsed, unable to withstand this kind of power. Even the edges of the Yang God realm began to crumble. If not for Long Fei's deliberate suppression, most likely the Yang God realm would have already collapsed under the power of this huge roulette. As for the two men, they screamed even louder. Especially Qing Yi, her body was starting to collapse. "Let's go." The yellow-clothed man made a prompt decision. He turned around, bringing the severely injured Qing Yi with him as he tried to escape. "Want to leave? Too late. You were so awesome just now. You look like you're the boss and you're the second one." "Why isn't he awesome now? Emperor Xian's backer?" "Not much," Long Fei said. His killing intent in his heart did not decrease. As long as he was related to the Emperor Xian. Just one word, just do it. Regardless of whether you are an alien powerhouse or what, as long as you can take it head-on, you will not be lenient. Long Fei, right? You can have a better choice. This world of the Sun God is not worthy of your protection. And to offend us is even more unwise. The power of our world is absolutely beyond your imagination. Even the strongest person in the ancient world, the Emperor Xian, would only be at the peak of our world, not someone who has absolute authority. Qing Yi could only endure the crushing force as she shouted with all her might, the hatred in her eyes overflowing to the heavens. They were still making their final struggles. She wanted Long Fei to let them go. However, it was impossible. "So what? I can kill you today, but tomorrow I can kill your world, the alien world? Awesome!" Long Fei scoffed. Even when he was weak, he had never been afraid. Now, he had this emancipation wheel. Everything was being crushed. You still need to be wary? Non-existent. Long Fei's personality was arrogant. As long as he was an enemy, there was no possibility of compromise. "Brat, you're too arrogant. You think you're invincible? If you want you to live well, then obediently let us go. Otherwise, what you will face is endless pursuit." Qing Yi bellowed. And at this time, Long Fei was also stunned. "You still dare to threaten me? Do you even know Liang Jingru? Or did they give you courage or faith? Die for me." Long Fei glared at him. Long Fei glared at him. The giant roulette smashed down. Under this kind of power, Qing Yi's body instantly exploded into thousands of pieces. Even the soul was not immune to this power. Within the span of a breath, it was annihilated from the heavens and earth, disappearing without a trace. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing a Supreme Realm envoy. You have received 8 million experience points, 800,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining World Envoy. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining Sacred Art, Palms of Heaven and Earth. Do you wish to learn it? Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining Skill, One Finger Destroyer. Would you like to learn it? He had mastered it to perfection. What had been revealed were all divine abilities. Long Fei's eyes were also filled with shock. He knew very well that as his strength increased, the great roulette would crush the heavens and the earth. The two in front of him couldn't even be considered bosses. However, he had not expected that so many items would be dropped. Cultivate. Long Fei did not hesitate. In Long Fei's eyes, the ability of the green-robed middle-aged man was definitely stronger than his. In an instant, the system flashed and the 2 sacred arts transformed into a skill. Long Fei did not look over. This kind of power was at most a little stronger than the Buddha seal. It was enough for him to use right now. Following that, Long Fei locked his gaze onto Huang Yi. Instantly, the yellow-clothed middle-aged man knelt on the ground. Don't kill me. I beg for mercy. As long as you let me go, I can guarantee that you can help the Yang God realm advance successfully. We can even recommend you to participate in the war for the God of Boundary. I can even vouch for you and recommend you the power of my revered realm so that they can support you and kill the Emperor Xian. the yellow-clothed middle-aged man crazily said. Throw out all the valuable information. He only had one goal, and that was to beg for Long Fei's forgiveness. However, Long Fei was completely unmoved. If I want it, I will get it myself. Emperor Xian's life is like this. The competition for the god of boundary is also the same. Of course, your life is also the same. Long Fei said coldly. Focusing his gaze and showing no mercy, the wheel fell once more. Whoosh! The roulette whistled through the air, and came crashing down in a flash. The violent energy directly landed on the yellow-clothed middle-aged man's body, annihilating him in an instant. It was even simpler and more brutal than Qing Yi. They were crushed to death. At the same time, the system beeped once again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing a Supreme Realm Inheritor. You have received 80 million experience, 800,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining the ability to act tactfully. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining crowd control power. Ding! Control power. The system's voice sounded out. Long Fei indifferently looked over. Without any surprises, he directly chose to cultivate. And the power of control was also devoured by the Great Wheel of Liberation. However, Long Fei didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. The Great Wheel of Liberation was now an invincible treasure. He would crush the enemy and settle the matter in minute. The more of these weapons one devoured, the stronger one's strength would be. Long Fei, of course, was not dissatisfied. Cultivate! Long Fei's heart stirred, and he immediately chose to cultivate. However, after training, Long Fei's heart was still full. Glancing at the striking value, he steeled his heart and said, Berserk mode activated. Following which, the system rang out once again. Ding! Player activated Berserk. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining Azure Heaven Robe. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining Yellow Heaven Robe. In an instant there were 2 things in the system's space. They were shining with a green and yellow light. But Long Fei could feel an incomparably vast power from it. Azure Sky. Huang Tian? Could it be that this supreme realm is so powerful? Would it be heaven next time? Heavens? There are still 9 days? Long Fei's heart was moved. These 2 clothes were incomparably powerful. It was also because of the power of his Wheel of Liberation that ordinary attacks were unable to break it. Ha! It would be best if all of them were to explode. This way, I can give them to my woman. Long Fei was overjoyed. With a thought, he put away the Wheel of Liberation. From his point of view, the danger to the Yang God realm had already been resolved. Even the alien powerhouse was dead. What was left was just a clown that could be casually annihilated. But at this moment Hong Yi, who was some distance away, suddenly opened his mouth. Long Fei, be careful. Hong Yi's voice was anxious. It was as if there was an even more brutal crisis breaking out. Long Fei's heart sank. He suddenly turned around and instantly released the Great Wheel of Liberation. Heavenly Tribulation Stance. A voice sounded from the sky. Infuriated. As soon as the voice rang out, the entire sky shook. Heavenly tribulation began to descend from the sky one after another. This sort of heavenly tribulation was extraordinary and incomparably terrifying. It was as if he possessed the power to exterminate the world, going berserk to the point of explosion. Crack, 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 rumble, rumble, rumble. One after another, God's suffering force after another descended and bombarded the Wheel of Liberation. As for Long Fei, he continued to use the Holy Source S to activate the roulette. Instantly, the 2 forces collided. Boom! The sky was filled with a resplendent light. The God's suffering force disappeared, but the roulette was also dim. Long Fei raised his head and looked towards the sky. A figure slowly walked out from the void. In an instant, the flames of fury burned in Long Fei's heart. In fact, every drop of blood and every cell was emitting a towering killing intent. Emperor Xian, I'll King do it. Long Fei bellowed, ignoring everything else. In an instant, the pagoda seal, the 5 elements sword baleful qi, as well as the recently cultivated ancient halo, pointed towards the heavens and the earth. Instantly, he executed them all at once. Useful or not, he had to do it. This was because he had waited far too long for this day. The one in front of him was none other than Emperor Xian. This was an instinctive reaction. Even if the other party did not speak up, Long Fei was certain in his heart. It was as if they were old enemies. It made Long Fei want to tear his opponent apart in an instant. I never would have thought that you, a mere ant, would actually make it to this step. Long Fei, I have to say, you have truly astonished this emperor. However, you are still trash in front of this emperor. This power. It's just child's play. The Emperor Xian said coldly. Earthly tribulation. With a casual wave of his hand, the power in Emperor Xian's hands surged as he channeled the powers of the heavenly star continent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless amounts of berserk energy was mobilized from outside of the void and immediately drowned Long Fei's attack. Then, Emperor Xian also threw out a punch. It charged straight at Long Fei. Boom. Boom. With a single punch, Long Fei's figure was directly blasted flying and heavily smashed into the air. Long Fei's face was gloomy, he did not say a word. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Great hand seal of the mortal life, appear! Long Fei shouted. However, soon after, the system's voice rang out. Ding, insufficient experience, unable to cast. Big roulette, roll over for me. Long Fei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which directly landed on the release wheel. But this time, the roulette didn't react at all. Move. What kind of power do you want? My spirit, blood, my body, and even my life. No matter what you want, I'll give it to you. Just kill this old dog in front of me. Anything you want. Long Fei roared out hysterically as if he was insane, and even directly cut open his own body, where spirit blood continuously landed on the roulette. Unfortunately, there was still no reaction from the roulette. Unreconciled. Extreme indignation. Of course, there was also a deep sense of powerlessness. Long Fei's eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless hatred. He had waited far too long for this day. He continued to fly up from the lower planes, killing as hard as he could without stopping. And now, this day had finally arrived. However, he hadn't thought that there would be such an ending. He wasn't a match at all. Even if one had the power of a giant roulette, it was still not a place where they could merge at once. The difference was too great. It was also at this time that the figure of the Emperor Xian descended from the skies. Standing in midair, with his hands behind his back in the heaven and earth. It seemed as though the chief sovereign of the void was an invincible world. The strong thing in this world has never been strength. He's a human. Even now, you are still trash before this emperor. It just so happens that this world of the sun god became the final destination of your life. You'll die here. The Emperor Xian said, his eyes turning cold. Then, his hand fell. This kind of strength seemed to be very easy and casual. Actually, it wasn't. Just the movement was enough to make one feel powerless, as if one was looking into the mysteries of the world. With every movement there would even be some distance. The destructive power of this palm grew stronger. In the end, it even released an aura that could destroy all living things. Even if it was the power of the roulette, it was nothing in the face of that power. Did you see that? This is true power. Any method you rely on is just an illusion. Only when one is strong oneself will one truly be strong. Thus, before this emperor, you will forever be nothing more than a piece of trash. Die. Emperor Xian shouted coldly, incomparably arrogant. Instantly, the palm descended. He went straight for Long Fei. The 9 heavens had become completely silent. It was as though they were witnessing it together. The terrifying power of the Emperor Xian. Invincible punch. Long Fei also attacked. The release will could not be used, but Long Fei would definitely not let go and let Emperor Xian take action. He still had his physical body. I refuse to believe that your power is stronger than the ruins. Long Fei's eyes were cold and speechless, while the power of Limitless on the other side of his body surged as he attacked crazily. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. When the two's powers clashed, the Emperor Xian's power immediately dispersed. However, Long Fei was in an even worse state, was directly blown away by the Emperor Xian. Boom! He was once again heavily injured. Blood trickled down the corner of Long Fei's mouth and his eyes dimmed. Which meant that right now, his physical body was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would have long since died in front of the Emperor Xian. Looks like you still have many secrets. This roulette is so powerful that even this Emperor's heart is moved. It's a pity that the pearl was covered in dust and became your trash's divine weapon. However, rest assured, if you die, this Emperor will refine you again. Also, your body contains a big secret. As long as I kill you, all of this will belong to this Emperor. Emperor Xian said indifferently, his gaze narrowing. He looked towards Long Fei and attacked again. However, right at this moment, a ray of light suddenly burst forth from the other side of the lake. Incomparable heat. It was incomparably dazzling. The whole void was illuminated. Long Fei's eyes moved slightly as he opened his mouth in panic. No, no! Long Fei shouted. This light was none other than Hong Chuya. Previously, Hong Autumn Leaf had been promoted to God of Boundary. It was only because Hong Yi had acted and sealed him off from the other side of the river that he was safe. Now, in the face of such a violent power from the Emperor Xian, Long Fei definitely did not want his woman to face danger. But Hong Chuya just smiled calmly. His eyes were filled with determination. It was as if he had already made some important decision. No! Long Fei shouted. His entire body was in incomparable pain. Emperor Xian's actions made him feel powerless. Now, with his own woman blocking in front of him, Long Fei felt even more miserable. Instantly, Long Fei's figure rushed out crazily. He wanted his woman to block the blade for him. Long Fei would definitely not allow it. In an instant, Long Fei's figure had directly rushed to Hong Chiu-Ye's side. She grabbed onto Hong Chiu-Ye, pulled him back, and threw him directly to Hong Yi's side. Hong Yi sighed and hurriedly pulled on Hong Chiu-Ye. He turned around and headed to the other side. Kid, you have to live on. Hong Yi turned around and glanced at Long Fei. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled into a smile as he nodded his head heavily. Yes, this was the result that Long Fei wanted to see. Everything he cultivated was for the sake of protection. As long as his woman was safe, even if she were to die, Long Fei would not be afraid. Boom! Another punch, and Long Fei's figure was smashed down once again. This time, Long Fei's body also started to collapse. The perception between the two was too great. The power of the Emperor Xian was hard to fathom. Still not dead. The Emperor Xian's eyes burned with fury as he looked at Long Fei, who was lying in a pool of blood all over his body. Anger grew in his heart. Right now, he was already recognized by the entire world as the #1 powerhouse. With a single finger, he could destroy an extremely powerful existence in a plane. But now, even though he had attacked Long Fei several times, he was still unable to kill him. If I give you a bit more time, perhaps this capital will feel troubled. Unfortunately, today is the day you die. This emperor will absolutely not give you another chance to continue living. The Emperor Xian said coldly as he took a step forward and directly stood in front of Long Fei. Die! The killing intent in Emperor Xian's eyes surged, and he directly attacked. This time, his strength completely erupted, incomparably violent. Just the aura alone was able to create sparks in the surrounding space. It began to crackle loudly, as if it was about to burn. Below, Long Fei struggled with all his might, his eyes completely red. He wasn't willing to accept this. His heart was filled with extreme unwillingness. System, what kind of power is able to reverse the situation? I'm not afraid of death, but I don't want to die in such a useless manner. If the Emperor Xian doesn't die, even if I die, I won't be willing to give up. Long Fei felt bitter in his heart. He kept roaring and crazily checking all his power. Unfortunately, he still lacked billions of experience to use even the hand seal. The emancipation wheel was also sealed, becoming completely dark and gloomy. As for the other skills, they were even more useless. It was as if at this moment there was no way to reverse any of the powers. Is he really going to die? I can't accept it. Long Fei raged at his heart as he glared at him. However, it was simply unable to stop the power of the Emperor Xian. However, it was at this point that an incredibly evil aura exploded out from the sun god world, shooting up into the sky. Then, from within the world of the sun god, a dark country shot into the sky. It was heading straight for the void. In an instant, the country of darkness flew towards Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian was startled, and had no choice but to change the direction of his strength, blasting towards the Dark Kingdom. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. This era belongs to my Meng Shinji. Dark Kingdom, eternal evil. Meng Shinji's sudden intrusion immediately disrupted the Emperor Xian's plans. Meng Shinji's sudden intrusion immediately disrupted the Emperor Xian's plans. An incomparable amount of energy slammed into Meng Shinji's Dark Kingdom. Boom! One punch. The endless power of evil exploded forth. It covered the sky and covered the earth, making it impossible for the naked eye to capture it. An incomparably evil energy filled the air, blending the heavens and the earth. Emperor Xian's expression changed slightly as a sinister look surfaced on his face. He was just a hair away from killing Long Fei. It would end all the wishes of the past few years. From then on, he would have nothing to worry about. The invincible ancient world no longer had to worry about any Long Fei, any Long Batian. However, at the most crucial moment, he was stopped. This kind of feeling made Emperor Xian feel like she had eaten feces. It was extremely uncomfortable. You're courting death. Emperor Xian unleashed his killing intent and threw out a punch. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An incomparable berserk power blasted into the endless dark kingdoms. It caused the evil of the entire country to rise. Endless, monstrous evil spirits and Azura devils burst forth from it. All of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws in an incomparably ferocious manner, emanating a bloodthirsty desire. It seemed as if it would cover the heavens and earth, erupting forth from within the Dark Kingdom. Instantly, it enveloped Emperor Xian within it. Meng Shinji also had a look of enjoyment on his face, as if he was a lonely king who controlled the world. Invincible throughout the universe. Foreign power? So what? The power of my era has already integrated the evils of this entire era, and no one can stop it. Meng Shinji coldly said, full of confidence. He did not even place the power of the Emperor Xian in his eyes. Below, Long Fei also took this opportunity to start recovering. The pill began to swallow with all its might. Coupled with the functions of the physical body, it was completed within the time of a few breaths. Idiot, if Emperor Xian only had this kind of ability, would Laozi have lost so badly? Long Fei sneered in his heart. However, Long Fei naturally did not mind having someone to block the spear. On the contrary, he hoped that Meng Shinji would be stronger. Let's fight. It's best if both sides suffer. Let this daddy take advantage of you. Long Fei thought. His eyes flickered as he locked onto the world of the sun god. Right now, he needed to level up. A lot of experience is needed to fill the gap. Only in this way would there be a chance at survival. With that thought, Long Fei rushed forward and directly entered the Yang God realm. Instantly, 8 King Kong went straight to the point, withdrawing his power. He walked to Long Fei's side. They didn't care about the safety of the Yang God world. As long as Long Fei was safe and sound, they would have nothing to fear in their hearts. Boss! With Li Yuanba in the lead, the few of them immediately went over. Oya looked worried. Long Fei, now that the ancient world is attacking, we have already detected his presence. Why not? Aoya said. She already had thoughts of retreating. This was because they had witnessed the previous battle. The power of the Emperor Xian was too violent, they were not his match at all. Most importantly, they did not want Long Fei to be in danger. Yet these words caused Long Fei's eyes to light up. An impulse started to arise in Long Fei's heart. I can already feel the aura of the ancient world? These words caused Long Fei's heart to tremble. The ancient world was too important to Long Fei. Because now, his mission had been completed. When a clone became a Yang God, it would instantly increase by 2 levels. Right now, he was at the 8th level of ancient world. If he rose 2 levels in a row, he would become a paragon. When the time came, nothing would be a problem. Yes, but the speed is very far. Perhaps we will wander in the void. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Be it wandering in the void or returning to the ancient world. To them, it made no difference. As long as he could avoid the danger in front of him, then everything was acceptable. Hearing that, Long Fei's eyes dimmed. The hope that was just born was instantly annihilated. We can't leave. I've finally met the Emperor Xian. If I just leave like this, I won't be satisfied. As Long Fei explained, his eyes flashed with a crazed light. Boss, don't do anything stupid. That's right, eldest brother. Let Qingshan stay with you. There is nothing to be afraid of. You are already very strong now. As long as a little more time passes, you will definitely be able to kill Emperor Xian. The few of them panicked. She didn't want Long Fei to take the risk. Don't worry, if it doesn't work, I won't take the risk. Long Fei muttered to himself. Following that, Long Fei immediately turned around and rushed into the crowd. Invincible punch. It swept in all directions. One after another, the energies brought about by the ancient family's legacy were annihilated by Long Fei with a single punch. In the distance, Lu Luoxi and the rest were fighting to stop the patriarch of the ancient family. Therefore, to Long Fei, the following situation was a one-sided slaughter. Without the powerhouse, the strongest would only be at the early stage of the super-perfection. This kind of strength, to Long Fei, was not something that could be challenged at all. Boom! 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 Long Fei kept punching him again and again. It was so simple and crude. However, the entire world was filled with wounds during this process. Blood dyed the world. Countless people from the ancient world were killed by Long Fei. The eyes of the patriarchs of the few great families in ancient world crumbled. The flames of fury burned in his eyes. It wanted nothing more than to swallow Long Fei alive. However, there was nothing he could do. With Lu Luoxi and the others holding them back, it was already too much for them. Where did he get the time to be distracted? As for Long Fei, he was completely immersed in the slaughter. Simple and crude. This caused the ruthless aura around Long Fei to become even stronger. Of course, experience soared. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Ancient World Lin family. You have received 300,000 experience points, 300,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Ancient World Gu family. You have received 280,000 experience points, 280,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. The system beep exploded. Every single person from the ancient world S had brought Long Fei tens of millions of experience. This allowed the accumulation of Long Fei's experience to instantly accumulate to an unimaginable height. 200 billion. If not for the fact that he was still in the Yang God world, Long Fei believed that he would have instantly broken through and leveled up several levels in a row. However, the slaughter had come to an end. All the people from ancient world were killed. Other than the patriarchs of the various families, there were also the descendants of the 5 emperors. There was already no one present. Long Fei walked forward step by step. "Leave the rest to me," Long Fei said with a dense look in his eyes. Lu Luoshi and the others were also about to be exhausted of their holy source. No one said anything more and directly handed the battlefield to Long Fei. "Ancient family? TSK, very good. When you were chasing and killing me, I swore that when I returned to the divine space in the future, I would definitely uproot all of you. But from the looks of it, there's no need. Because, only after today, there will no longer be any descendants of aristocratic families in this world," Long Fei said indifferently. He released the wheel of relief in his hand. This time, he was going to erupt with full power. All of his enemies would be annihilated. In the sky, the Emperor Xian's methods were still as sharp as ever. In the sky, the Emperor Xian's methods were still as sharp as ever. The evil energy filled the skies, but to the Emperor Xian it was nothing. All sorts of powers that could not even approach the body of the Emperor Xian were killed by his aura. "Just this kind of power? How dare you stop me? Who do you think you are? If you want to save Long Fei, no one can," the Emperor Xian shouted. This time, he used his essence to create a clone to follow Pajun and the others into the world of the Sun God. The purpose was to come into contact with future troubles, and Long Fei was precisely the fear in his heart. Even if he had never placed Long Fei in his heart, he believed that a trash like him would never be able to overturn the heavens. However, Long Fei kept breaking through the sky, breaking through the thought that he had to kill her. Ripples had already appeared in his heart. Therefore, he definitely would not let this opportunity to kill Long Fei slip by. However, he didn't expect Meng Xinji to appear in the middle of his path and destroy his power. Thus, Emperor Xian was currently extremely angry in his heart. Under his rage, his power became even more violent, destroying the evil power in the air time and time again. As for Meng Xinji, he was completely dumbfounded. He panicked. There was no longer the supreme and unparalleled attitude he had before. The feeling of who I am and where I am was clearly shown on his face. "Who are you? How could your strength be so terrifying? I can't even take your credit for my epic?" Meng Xinji looked hesitant, but in his heart, he was already thinking of retreating. He had never thought that he would be setting up an ancient formation to take advantage of the calamity that was about to befall him. People were all panic-stricken, and he had used his evil power to invade this place. He had transformed the entire world of the Sun God into a sinful world, and he controlled the power of the Age of Sin. He thought that he was invincible, and everything was under his control. But he never thought that Emperor Xian would directly shatter his beautiful dream. Era? Evil? This emperor could destroy a dimension with a flip of his hand. Are you telling me Era? The trash world is the trash world. Originally, if you obediently retreated like a turtle, you might still have a chance at survival. But now it will only be death if you stop this emperor from killing Long Fei. The Emperor Xian spoke with incomparable arrogance as he struck out with his palm. In an instant, countless evil energies were dispersed by the palm's strike. Even the Dark Kingdom was teetering on the brink of collapse, as though it was being split apart. Cracks began to appear. Meng Xinji's face was also filled with panic, and he quickly opened his mouth. "You misunderstand, Long Fei and I have an irreconcilable grudge. The reason he came here this time is also to kill Long Fei and Hong Yi. I have no intention of offending you. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. We are now on the same side. In the face of a life and death crisis, even Meng Xinji could not remain calm. He hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for forgiveness. Friend? You think you're worthy? Emperor Xian sneered, his attack not slowing down at all. The palm strike landed again and again. As for the entire Dark Kingdom, the power of the tenants had finally collapsed. Puff! Meng Xinji spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with hatred. His hatred for Long Fei reached its peak. If not for Long Fei, he would never have come out of seclusion right now. Long Fei. Hateful, if I can't live on, your son can forget about getting any better. I don't believe that you can ignore your son. Origin of sin, release. Meng Xinji said fiercely. After which, the entire Dark Kingdom exploded. A figure appeared as well. Little guy, invincible dragon. At this moment, the little guy's eyes were tightly shut, and there were countless evil auras swirling around his body. Furthermore, this evil aura was extremely terrifying, and was on a completely different level compared to the one Emperor Xian had just exterminated. Instantly, following the appearance of the little fellow, the heavens trembled. The entire world within his vision seemed as if it was going to collapse. Countless amounts of blood energy surging crazily into the air from the entire world of the Sun God realm. Below, Long Fei had a feeling in his heart as well. The father and son's hearts were connected. In just an instant, Long Fei fiercely raised his head. Invincible! Long Fei's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the little fellow who had his eyes tightly shut and was surrounded by an evil aura. It was also at this moment that the large wheel in his hand started up once again. Boom! Instantly, the wheel got out of Long Fei's control. Hoo! In a split second, the wheel began to spin in the air. Every time it rotated, it would devour an endless amount of blood energy. The entire roulette turned incomparably red. He was like a demon or a devil. Long Fei flew straight to the large wheel, using all his strength to raise both his hands up. Then, with a bang, it flew back into the void. As for the legacies of the ancient family below, he did not care at all. In the future, he could kill people. However, the little guy's safety was imminent. Long Fei absolutely could not allow any accidents to happen. Right at this time, Meng Xinji suddenly laughed out loud. Haha, I knew it. You would definitely not ignore this little thing. Meng Xinji was laughing out loud. As long as Long Fei came, then all the danger would be eliminated. When Long Fei came, he would be able to attract the attention of the Emperor Xian. At that time, he would be able to leave. Meng Xinji, you're courting death. Long Fei's eyes were blazing with fire. This little fellow was his reverse scale. He was the existence that he wanted to protect the most in his life. But now, it had become like a puppet, a cauldron that was able to contain the power of evil. A carrier. Even now, he was still unconscious and in a coma. This situation allowed Long Fei's killing intent to reach its peak. Courting death? Ha! This is your enemy. If you have the ability to do so, you should survive. Meng Xinji laughed out loud. He did not care about Long Fei's threat at all. But right at that moment, Long Fei made his move. The hand seals of the common people were easy to come by. At this moment, Long Fei no longer cared. Without the slightest hesitation. As long as he could kill Meng Xinji, no matter how much experience he had, Long Fei would not feel bad. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, a pair of large handprints fell from the sky. The power of faith was concentrated in the palm of his hand, and it descended upon the ground. Bang! Meng Xinji's body was immediately sent flying by Long Fei's palm. He fell down heavily. Puff! Meng Xinji spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Long Fei, her eyes filled with rage. However, most of them were in disbelief. How is this possible? How long has it been? How could your strength be so strong? Meng Xinji's expression changed. Panic filled the air. Nothing is impossible. If you dare touch my son, then even if you have transcended, even if you are the master of this era, I will still kill you. Long Fei said fiercely as the power of the great hand seal of the mortal life erupted. Whoosh whoosh. The power of faith traveled through the air, colliding with the endless evil energy. It was like a baptism. In an instant, he began sweeping the place like crazy. Meng Xinji's power was also starting to weaken. This evil energy was the origin of his power. Now that this power had been swept away by Long Fei, he would naturally be affected. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In 3 breaths of time, the evil power that filled the sky instantly disappeared. One part was baptized, and the other part was devoured by the wheel. And Long Fei, his eyes congealed. He raised the emancipation wheel above his head and faced Meng Xinji. Die. Long Fei said coldly. Long Fei said coldly. When one fell from the sky, the wheel would instantly crush down like a millstone that had been grinded with life, releasing the power to obliterate all living things. It instantly crushed Meng Xinji. Ah no! Long Fei, stop. Otherwise, your son will die with me. Meng Xinji was flustered, struggling desperately under the large roulette. But it was useless. At this time, after the wheel had devoured the endless evil and blood energy, even Long Fei was a little uncertain on how to proceed. However, the only thing that could be confirmed was that the wheel of liberation had become even more berserk. With a spin, he could crush the top powerhouse in the heaven and earth. Just like now, under the power of the emancipation wheel, Meng Xinji's entire body seemed to have been refined. His aura became weaker and weaker. His entire body seemed to have aged. In just a few breaths of time, Meng Xinji had become skin and bones, and all of the blood in his body had been washed away, almost dried up. At this time, Long Fei also slightly paused, and looked deeply at the little fellow. Quasi-deities were filled with killing intent. Even if the heavens came for my son, he would still have to break through to the 9th floor. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to say that you want my son to die with you? Die. Long Fei instantly made a decision. The more threatening Meng Xinji was, the more intolerable Long Fei became. Furthermore, Long Fei believed it. This little guy was born extraordinary, and would definitely not be affected by Meng Xinji's methods. This was an instinctive sensation. It was as if the little fellow had told him in person. Therefore, Long Fei made a bet. In the next moment, the power of the wheel became even more violent. And under this power, Meng Xinji's voice became weaker and weaker. In the end, it completely disappeared without a trace. In this world, there was no longer any trace of Meng Xinji. The dead vanished. Even if it was laid out throughout the ages, it would ultimately remain empty. It was also at this time that the system's voice rang in Long Fei's ears. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Meng Xinji. You have received 12 million experience points, 120,000 striking value points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining era power. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining the Eternal Kingdom's evil. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining the source of sinful power. The system kept prompting him. Long Fei also let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not dare to be distracted. Meng Xinji was dead, but his biggest enemy was the Emperor Xian. This was a super big boss. A dark golden light shot up into the sky, dazzling like never before. In addition, let's not talk about the identity of the boss. Just his being a Emperor Xian was enough to make Long Fei be cautious. It was also at this time that the figure of the Emperor Xian slowly approached. Killing intent and playfulness filled his eyes. That's all. Its killing power is quite good. Unfortunately, this sort of existence can only be killed. Before this emperor, it is useless, the Emperor Xian said. His eyes were filled with ridicule. He had witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. But he did not move. He had a look of utter disdain on his face, as if he was watching a show, and was completely unmoved. Now that he said it like this, it seemed to be disintegrating Long Fei's confidence. Long Fei's eyes turned cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a crazed sneer. Useless or useless, I'll only know after I try. Release wheel, annihilate. Long Fei roared as he activated the release wheel. Whoosh! In an instant, the wheel of liberation swept through the air, crushing towards Emperor Xian amidst the rumbling sounds. But right at this moment, Emperor Xian's figure flashed, and instantly disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already in another corner of the void. With this speed, you want to harm this emperor? This is simply wishful thinking. Long Fei, give up. Before this emperor, your strength is nothing more than a clown that will not be able to withstand a single blow. The Emperor Xian continued. His words were boring. Long Fei clenched his teeth, the hatred in his eyes intense beyond compare. However, in his heart, he was extremely anxious. It was useless. Still no use. Not to mention attacking Missy. He couldn't even find his target with his attacks. No, still no. Is there really no way at all? Could it be that the Emperor Xian is really that powerful? Long Fei was burning with anxiety. At this moment, he had to stand in front of her. The power of the Emperor Xian was too strong. No one could stop it. As for Emperor Xian, his expression also changed at this moment. The playful expression disappeared, leaving behind only coldness and killing intent. Long Fei, it's over. Everything is over. One of this emperor's clones is a natural moat that you cannot let go of. You want to fight me with just you? Emperor Xian said again. As he spoke, he attacked. As his hands intersected, he pulled out a long blade from the void and instantly chopped down. And at this moment, Long Fei's pupils suddenly shrank. His mind instantly tensed up. He could feel that within this power, there was an indescribably powerful strength. Moreover, killing intent was revealed. Limitless on the other side. Great Hand's seal of the mortal life. Come out. Long Fei channeled his strength crazily. He gathered his strength to a high point. Boom! The hand imprint of the mortal life great palm instantly condensed in the air. Both of his hands tightly held up, blocking Emperor Xian's slash in the air. Long Fei's eyes lit up, and with a thought, he activated the wheel of liberation. However, at this moment a crisp sound rang out. Ka! Instantly, Long Fei's heart shivered and his eyes focused. This was because at this moment the handprint of the mortal life great palm actually directly collapsed. Could not block Emperor Xian's blade at all. Great mortal life palm, use it again. Long Fei did not give up. He opened his mouth and spoke again. In a blink of an eye he had formed another hand seal. At the same time, in the cosmic melting furnace, Buddha palm. 5 elements sword demon. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Long Fei was using it all at once. As long as there was a possibility of stopping Emperor Xian for a single breath of time, Long Fei would not give up. He needed time. As long as he could block the Emperor Xian for a moment, he would be able to activate the Wheel of Liberation. However, in the blink of an eye, Long Fei was disappointed. It was completely useless. All of his power was chopped down like chicken ribs in the face of Emperor Xian's blade and dissipated in the air. As for that slash, it did not weaken in the slightest. Ha ha ha, useless. Long Fei, this emperor said that everything will end today. Don't worry. If you die, your woman, your brother, and your son will all accompany you to hell. The dragon race will become the weakest race in the world. They will never be able to rise again. I am the most respected in the ancient world. Emperor Xian laughed crazily. At this moment, it was as though he had succeeded in his long-cherished wish. Everything would come to a perfect end. It was at this moment. The giant roulette in the sky suddenly exploded. one, one, one. A rumbling sound filled the air. Then, in an instant, it flew into the air, releasing an endless amount of fiendish blood aura, crushing Emperor Xian down. You dog, if you want to kill my dad, you have to ask this young master whether I agree or not. Little unrivaled awakening. Little unrivaled awakening. He opened his eyes from his stupor and directly swung up the evacuation wheel, smashing it down from the void. And this was not the most terrifying thing. And what was even more terrifying was that in the hands of this little fellow, the wheel of liberation seemed to unleash an incomparably terrifying power. It was even stronger than when it was in the hands of Long Fei. Damn, so fierce. Is this still my son? Is this my relief device, or was it forged for him? Long Fei stared at the empty sky, feeling extremely speechless in his heart. However, most of it was gratification. As long as the little guy grew stronger, let alone a wheel of liberation, even if Long Fei had to pass on everything he had, Long Fei would not hesitate in the slightest. Of course, Long Fei was also extremely worried. Emperor Xian's power was too strong, even he was not a match for her. At this time, Emperor Xian's gaze also became sinister. In the blink of an eye, he looked at Little Unrivaled. You're courting death. Boom! Emperor Xian's power exploded as she charged towards the release wheel. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble. A huge impact struck in the air. The power of Emperor Xian's fist struck the emancipation wheel. However, something unexpected happened. This time, the release wheel didn't have a card, nor did it have a crash. He did not fall into a deep slumber. Instead, it continued to emit endless rays of scarlet light, as if the endless blood energy and evil energy were merged together, bursting out into the heavens. Boom! Suddenly, the little guy turned into a god of underworld and fought against the 9 heavens. The release wheel descended once again. The stronger one. Below, this scene shocked everyone. F***ck, Little Unrivaled is too fierce. To be able to fight even against the Emperor Xian, you are truly worthy of being the boss seed. This is a bit awkward. I feel like all the years have come to a dog's body. 8 King Kong was powerless to retort as he watched Little Unrivaled super hottie fight with Emperor Xian. Never had they imagined that the little fellow's strength would actually be this strong. Lu Luoshi had a face full of gratification, but underneath that gratification was even more worry. As for the ancient family's patriarch, the 5 emperors' successor, and the powers under the Lord of Primal Chaos. At this moment, he was dumbfounded. Even if Li Wuxin and her group didn't make a move, they no longer had the desire to continue fighting. This battle was simply too tragic. Long Fei slaughtering tens of thousands in one go was a huge loss to them. He had been killed to the point that his heart turned cold. If Long Fei had not been lured away by Meng Xinji's conspiracy, even they would have died without a burial ground. Let's go, this is hell. Long Fei is a killing demon. Let's go. Only the Lord of Primordial Chaos can suppress him. These people had a desire to retreat in their hearts. They wanted to go around the battlefield and seize the air. However, they were already being monitored by 8 King Kong, Li Wuxin, Zhang Yu, and the others. It was impossible to leave. Like a mad dog when you kill. You want to leave now that you can't? Do you think war is a joke? Li Yuanba grinned. His height of more than 2 meters instantly transformed into a 15 meters tall giant, but his simple and honest smile still remained on his face. However, this smile was full of malevolence. It was like the laughter of a reaper. Don't go too far, unless you never return to the ancient world. Otherwise, the Lord of Chaos will definitely suppress all of you. The Gu family head said coldly. He was burning with anxiety. The longer the time was, the more likely it was that his life would be hanging by a thread, waiting for Long Fei to give up. At that time, even if they wanted to leave, it would be impossible. You're going too far? Shameless thing. You invaders can't be killed? At the time of the invasion, you were destined to die. Li Wuxin coldly snorted. With the extinction sword in his hand, he swept out once more. Instantly, the battle began. However, this battle was far from enough to move Long Fei's heart. Long Fei's gaze never left the little guy's body. Because the little guy had successfully blocked the Emperor Xian. Long Fei also gasped for breath. However, he didn't dare to relax his mind in the slightest. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the empty sky. In the air, battles were occurring one after another. The release wheel showed its full strength. It was as if the wheel of relief was made for the little fellow. It was as if he was controlling his arm with ease. Come on, old fart, you're the only one who wants my old man's life. Come, come, come. See if this young master will grind you to death today. Little Unrivaled's face was filled with arrogance, and he, as a god of underworld, looked down at Emperor Xian arrogantly. And Emperor Xian was no longer as arrogant as before. His eyes, however, became increasingly shrewd. I never would have thought that you would truly give this emperor a pleasant surprise. Long Fei, you really are a piece of trash. You even want your son to save your life. However, if you think that you can live on like this, then you can only say so. Too naive, the Emperor Xian said indifferently, in an incomparably relaxed manner. He looked at Long Fei with even more contempt. An endless ridicule. Heavenly tribulation. Rise. Emperor Xian shouted coldly. In an instant, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. Crack, crack, crack. The void began to crack under this force, and the void began to melt away. Even the edges of the world began to crumble and collapse, as though it had already begun its annihilation. As the power fell, Long Fei's expression changed greatly as well. Invincible, come back! Long Fei shouted. But in the end, it was too late. Countless gods' suffering force descended from the sky, bringing with it an aura of annihilation. Wherever they passed, everything became nothingness. Under this kind of power, even the emancipation wheel instantly ceased to be. The endless blood chi and evil power were instantly washed away. Nothing. Even the body of the little invincible god of underworld was destroyed at this moment, and turned back to its original appearance. It was also at this time that Long Fei's figure instantly shot into the sky, and directly caught the little guy. As for himself, he fled with little Invincible in the blink of an eye to the other side. On the other side, Long Fei knew clearly in his heart that the one that Emperor Xian wanted to kill was him. As long as he went to the other side, the Emperor Xian would definitely call for him. Just as expected, the moment Long Fei's feet touched the shore, the figure of the Emperor Xian also instantly chased after him. TSK, no wonder the Yang God world is the true basis of the war for the God of Boundary. I can't believe that the back of the world has something to do with the center of the universe. There is a place that was once annihilated. You also obtained your power from within, right? I truly never would have thought that you would be able to bring such an opportunity back to me. Ha ha ha! The Emperor Xian laughed crazily. At this point, Long Fei's figure had already arrived beside Hong Yi. "Dad, just go all out. This old thing makes me very unhappy. It seems that this is a type of loathing that is deeply imprinted in my bones." The killing intent in little Woody's eyes intensified as his pupils disappeared and were replaced by an evil scarlet light. "Fight? With what?" Long Fei's pupils contracted, his face filled with helplessness. However, at this time, Hong Yi took a step forward and said, "Yes, we will use you and your son to fight." Hong Yi said with a look of anticipation. Hong Yi said with a look of anticipation. Long Fei's face turned cold as he looked unkindly at Hong Yi. Just as he was about to get angry, he heard Hong Yi speak again. "Don't misunderstand. You are my last hope. Even if I die, I definitely don't want to see any accidents happen to you. What I'm talking about is also a part of the story that I once saw on the other side of the river. You and your son wield a power that can destroy the enemy with one arrow," Hong Yi said, his eyes shooting out lights as he looked at Long Fei. Long Fei was startled. "The power of creation? An arrow's slope enemy? Are you sure you're not joking?" Long Fei's face was full of suspicion. The power of the Emperor Xian was beyond imagination. Originally, Long Fei was already full of confidence, but after the battle, he finally realized. The Emperor Xian was able to control the ancient world for tens of thousands of years, control the endless plane of existence, rise above all others in the world, and become a supreme existence. In addition, this was only a clone. After this battle, Long Fei was completely furious. However, Long Fei didn't have much fear in his heart. As long as he could return to the world of the Sun God, his clone would instantly level up and break through to the great circle of perfection. Moreover, there was also the task of protecting the Yang God realm and the mission of becoming the chief of the God of Boundary. At that time, it would be time for him to upgrade his heavenly treasure. It might not be difficult to face the Emperor Xian again. But now, no. The power of the Emperor Xian seemed unrivaled. It couldn't even suppress the power of the release wheel. Not even the great hand seal of the mortal life. There was no way to block it all. Thus, instinctively, Long Fei maintained a skeptical attitude towards what Hong Yi had said. "Do you think I'm still in the mood to joke around at a time like this?" Hong Yi said snappily. At this time, Hong Chuya also walked up. "Long Fei, what Yizu said is true. Just a moment ago, when I became a god of boundary, I was also in the middle of a scene on the other side of the lake. In the Yang God realm that is on the verge of destruction, it was you and this little fellow who broke through the horizon. There was an indescribable force that broke through the void and retreated from a powerful enemy," Hong Chuya said as he looked at Long Fei, his eyes full of love. However, he still couldn't suppress his deep worry in his infatuation. If she could, she would rather rush out herself. However, even though she had already become a god of boundary, she was still nothing in front of the Emperor Xian. The difference was too great. Even Hong Yi and Long Fei returned in a second. Her strength was even more lacking. Long Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the incomparably arrogant Emperor Xian in the sky. "Since all of you have said so, let me go this time," Long Fei said. However, he was confused. He had no idea where to start. But right at this moment, the figure of the Emperor Xian had already appeared on the other side of the sky, less than several hundred meters away from Long Fei and the others. Within this range, if the Emperor Xian were to attack, they would not be able to avoid it. A crisis had arrived. It was also at this moment that the little fellow suddenly took a step forward. "Dad, I've heard that old skeleton Meng Xinji say something before. He said that the era's achievements are not complete. There is no life, only evil. It is just that it is not true. Right now, the evil powers of this fortuitous encounter of his have already been used by me. Most of them have become my strength, and are only a portion of it absorbed by this millstone. The epic he mentioned should be based on my power. However, I do not know what the power of the living is. Little Unrivaled said. And Long Fei's eyes also instantly shone with light. The achievement of the era? The power of life? Wasn't this his great hand imprint of the mortal life? Subconsciously, Long Fei took a look at his own experience. More than 100 billion. In other words, he could still use the mortal life palm twice. However, there was no connection at all between these two powers. How was one to fuse them? Long Fei remained silent. However, the Emperor Xian would not give Long Fei any more time. A pair of hands stirred the starry sky of the other shore, and endless amounts of star power was absorbed. It instantly condensed in the palm of his hand. The endless power exploded out of his palms. It instantly crushed down. Long Fei's face changed drastically. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He instantly wrapped his arms around several people and carried them behind his back. He relied on the strength of limitless body to resist the incoming attack. Puff! With a palm strike, the strength of Long Fei's fleshly body that had just recovered crumbled once again. His entire body was thrown into the ashes, blood flowing out incessantly. Long Fei! Kid! Father! Hong Qiuye and the other two looked panicked as they crawled out from the ashes and supported Long Fei. No, we have to kill him. You guys take care of my dad, I'll go fuck him. The expression on little Invincible face was terrifyingly cold. Long Fei treated him as he wished. He too treated Long Fei as if he were the sky. If Long Fei had an accident, the sky would fall and the earth would collapse for him. Dad is my god. Whoever dares to touch my heaven, I'll take their life. Old thing, die. In a flash, Little Unrivaled soared up into the sky, and once again, he brandished the wheel of liberation. Without any hesitation, he channeled all of his power into the wheel of liberation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble. At this moment, the wheel of liberation started to surge. The immense power encompassed the entire space on the other side. Streams of power scattered down. The Milky Way had descended from the skies, and it was pitch black. In an instant, the figure of Emperor Xian appeared within the barrier. After which, the entire wheel of liberation smashed heavily onto the ground. He wanted to crush Emperor Xian into pieces. However, just as the power of the wheel of liberation reached its limit, it suddenly stopped. Immediately after, the Emperor Xian's laughter came out from the endless darkness. You overestimate yourself. With this level of power, you can actually bind this emperor? How reckless! After today, I will be the only one. Long Fei, this variable of yours will also become a dead man. You can no longer pose the slightest threat to this emperor. Die, Emperor Xian said as his hands shook. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the aura that was released from the Wheel of Liberation was completely dissipated. Little Unrivaled's figure also fell down from the sky. In fact, even the evacuation wheel had once again sunk into darkness and lost its luster. Long Fei's heart burned with anxiety, but he was completely powerless. At this moment, he used all of his strength to try and get to the little fellow's side, but before he could even move, he was immediately locked on by the power of the Emperor Xian. Destroyer style, / the Emperor Xian said coldly, his killing intent enveloping them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An extremely mysterious force appeared out of nowhere, sweeping through all enemies, descending from the skies. He could foresee that if Long Fei were to be struck by this power, he would definitely die. Emperor Xian also had a cold smile on his face, as if he had already predicted that Long Fei would soon die. However, just at this moment, an elderly voice rang out from the other side of the river. With the era as the bow and the common people as the arrow. As the Sun God's guide, Sun God's sky-splitting bow was successful. The sound was ancient, as if it contained endless amounts of the power of spacetime. The sound was ancient, as if it contained endless amounts of the power of spacetime. Moreover, there was still a little light shining in from the other side of the river. It was like drawing in the flames of hope from the darkness, burning little by little. Who? Emperor Xian suddenly turned around. Looking at the two figures who were walking in from the other side, his eyes darkened. Killing intent exploded out. Because, at the very moment this voice appeared, a burst of power suddenly exploded forth from the entire Yang God realm. It had actually destroyed his technique, and allowed Long Fei to remain safe and sound once again. Yeah! Long Fei was even more shocked. That was because the person who had arrived was none other than Yi. There was also an old man. Instantly, Long Fei turned and looked at Hong Yi. Hong Yi said with an unfathomable expression, "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Back when I transcended, I already had the feeling that you weren't that simple. I never would have thought that the situation today would be broken by you. Old man Chongqing, it's yours." Hong Yi was extremely excited. A sure death situation, because of the appearance of the longevity elder, had directly taken a turn for the worse. He and Hong Qiuyi had seen that Long Fei was the crux of the problem, but they had no idea how to proceed. However, the appearance of the longevity sect's old man was directly pointed out. The arrow was the bow. The common people were arrows. With him as the guide, Qing Yang God's sky-splitting bow was formed. Since you have yet to leave, how could I leave? I have guarded the Yang God realm for far longer than you. Little brat, go on, he'll protect you. As the old man spoke, he brought little Ye to Hong Yi's side. Then, he took a step forward and stood in front of Long Fei. Without saying anything further, the immortal elder severed his own arm. Immediately after, his arm became a drop of crystal-clear blood and fell at the corner of Long Fei's lips. Boom! In the next moment, all of the injuries on Long Fei's body healed in a blink of an eye. Not only Long Fei could even feel that the strength of his own body had grown by leaps and bounds. With the body of Limitless on the other side, his experience actually broke through half. It wasn't very far from leveling up. This. Long Fei hesitated, as he looked at the old man with a complicated expression. He had a feeling. Elder Chongqing no longer had much longevity left on him. Now, he had even used his own source energy to help him. He was simply courting death. There's no need to say more. Since this is a war, someone has to die. I've read too many things. The Yang God realm needs a new disciple. And you are the only one who can accomplish all of this. The longevity elder spoke as he took a step forward. He came to Little Unrivaled's side. They did the same thing. Another severed arm, completely healing Little Unrivaled. And then, he looked towards the void. Ancient world S of the ancient world, I have to say, are ridiculously strong. But today you will still lose. As long as you die, my world of the Sun God will be able to level up. No one can stop you. Old man Chongqing indifferently said. However, every word struck the heart. Of course, it was the heart of the Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian's eyes were filled with incomparable rage. Being stopped time and time again made him furious. Now that the old man Chongqing had appeared, instantly allowing Long Fei to recover, it caused him to feel an unprecedented crisis. A sense of danger? Does not exist. This emperor is unrivaled in the heavens, and is the ancient world's #1 powerhouse. There can never be any kind of crisis. I can't do it with Long Fei, and I can't do it with you. Destroy. The Emperor Xian said coldly. However, the voice was anxious. There was no arrogance or superiority from before. All sorts of signs had already shown that his heart was in chaos. At this time, the body of the longevity elder started to gradually fade into nothingness as endless profound lights burst out from his body. The entire silhouette also began to turn illusory, until only a head remained. Let this all end here. With me as the guide, refine. The longevity elder roared, then refined his own body. In an instant, a longbow appeared in the air. At this time, Long Fei's heart moved, and he instantly flew into the air. Little guy, get up and get to work. Don't make old man Chongqing's hard work go to waste. In this battle, father and son, we shall join hands and kill the enemy. Long Fei said in a serious tone. Great hand seal of the mortal life. Long Fei shouted. Suddenly, a pair of large hands slowly took shape. However, this time, he did not attack and get rid of it. Instead, he directly turned into an arrow in Long Fei's hand. At the same time, little Unrivaled's figure flew through the air. The power of the era explode. Little Unrivaled's hatred soared to the skies as he looked at Emperor Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. And as his voice faded from his body, along with from the emancipation wheel, streams of incomparably vast and vigorous energy erupted forth. It instantly condensed and completely fused into the longbow transformed from old man Chongqing's body. Rumble! Another boom rang out, and at this moment, Long Fei's figure had also grabbed onto the longbow, and then, he knocked an arrow. On the other side, Emperor Xian's face was already filled with panic. His eyes were wide and filled with disbelief. There was even a trace of fear. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can such a world possess such power? I don't believe it. This emperor doesn't believe it. Emperor's butchering stance, destroy it for me. Emperor Xian roared, exploding all the power in his body, and throwing out a punch. This punch contained the power to massacre all living things, as well as the killing intent to destroy Congming. However, Long Fei remained standing and unmoving. The battle had progressed to this point. They had paid too much. Even the old man Longevity had given up his life to transform into this longbow. Thus he had to fight. He had to face it. The bow of the era, the arrow of life, the body of immortality. Emperor Xian, go and King die. Long Fei roared, using all of his strength. He angrily pulled the bow back. One. The bowstring moved, shocking the world. The entire other side of the starry sky began to shake, as if it couldn't withstand the power. One by one, the meteors fell to the ground. Swish! The bowstring lasted half a month, and the world suddenly became incomparably quiet. It was as if time had stopped. Even the power of the Emperor Xian began to slow down, as if it was stopped. But Long Fei was still not satisfied. Open for me! Long Fei roared. All the pores on his body were already permeated with blood droplets, but Long Fei did not stop, and pulled the bow even further apart. Boom! One breath of time later, the sun god's sky-splitting bow was finally pulled apart. This time it was a full moon. Die! Long Fei roared and instantly released his hand. The instant Long Fei let go of his hand, a ray of light flashed past instantly. Rumble! Boom! Boom! The power of the Emperor Xian was swept away by the arrow and dissipated in the air. But the arrow did not stop. It surged with killing intent and rushed towards Emperor Xian. No! Emperor Xian shouted loudly, feeling incomparable fear. He turned around and was about to leave. But there was no chance at all. In just an instant, his body was penetrated, pierced by the mortal life arrow and heavily held in the air. A single arrow had broken through the enemy. The void was silent, the stars were gone. The void was silent, the stars were gone. This arrow was the true heaven breaker. Emperor Xian's body was penetrated by the arrow. All the energy in his body dissipated in an instant. No more. And at this moment, the body of the Emperor Xian also started to shatter into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying Emperor Xian's doppelganger. You have received 50 million experience, 5 million holy source points, and 0 striking value. The system beep appeared. However, other than the experience, nothing else was given. Long Fei took a deep breath, exhausted from his entire body. He heavily fell from the sky. Little Unrivaled was the same. The power from earlier had drained all of them. Now that the crisis had been resolved, their minds relaxed and they went limp. Hong Yi and Hong Qiuyi immediately rushed over and used their skills to heal Long Fei and Little Unrivaled Super Hottie. Ha ha ha, kid, you're awesome. I knew you wouldn't let me down. And this little guy, if it wasn't for your son, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold back from wanting to take him in as a disciple. However, with a pervert like you, I will definitely not be your mat. However, everything has finally come to an end. Hong Yi's eyes were filled with gratification, as if he was relieving everything. However, there was still a sense of loneliness in his joy. However, Long Fei's face did not reveal the slightest bit of excitement. It was just a clone. To Hong Yi this was an end. But for him, the journey had only just begun. What he wanted was the life of the Emperor Xian. It was not as simple as just a clone. Of course, there was one more thing that made Long Fei's heart heavy. That was the Longevity Old Man. The aura of the Longevity Elder had already been completely annihilated, and the moment he transformed into the origin strength of the Sun God's sky-splitting bow, the first person to die was the Longevity Elder when Long Fei pulled on the bow. "Yaya, come here," Long Fei said. Yaya's eyes were red. She tried her best to show a hint of joy, but she couldn't be happy at all. "Don't worry, we'll still need Big Brother in the future," Long Fei said solemnly. Then, he looked at Hong Yi and said, "Since the crisis of the Yang God Realm has been resolved, then the next step should be for the Yang God Realm to level up. Everything is waiting for the right moment. I believe that it won't be long before a new lease of life will appear in the Yang God Realm," Long Fei said. Once he said that, Hong Yi knew what was going on. Hong Autumn Leaf was the same, and her face instantly darkened. "You're leaving?" Hong Qiuye said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with reluctance. "How many more days do you want to stay? Or you don't have to go back at all. With your innate talent, in addition to the Yang God Realm's baptism after the upgrade, you will definitely be able to advance one step further. At that time, it will also be a little easier to face your enemies," Hong Yi said. Long Fei's expression was simply too calm. The calmer it was, the easier it was for the two of them to see what he was thinking. He was leaving. "It's time to go back. I've waited for too long, and I don't want to wait any longer. There are still a lot of people waiting for me, so I can't let them down," Long Fei said. After killing the Emperor Xian, the journey to the Yang God world had come to an end. He could even see the notification of the completion of the quest on the system interface. But because they were still in the Yang God realm, they did not receive any hint or reward. "In that case we can go back," Hong Yi said. Long Fei no longer hesitated and looked at Hong Qiuye with tenderness. He did not say much. Deep feeling does not need to care about oneself. Mutual protection is not at hand. "Wait for me," Long Fei said. Only 2 words. After saying that, he stood up and left, returning to the Yang God realm. Although he wanted to leave. However, there were some things that needed to be taken care of. Some people still needed to be killed. Instantly, following the arrival of Long Fei, the battle above the entire Yang God realm came to an abrupt halt. Li Yuanba and the others stopped, and looked at the descendants of the 5 emperors in ancient family with playful expressions. "Long Fei, let us go. We can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, you should know who is behind us," Ancient Family's house said. "It's just a dog, what's the point of barking now? Do you think Laozi is afraid of him?" Long Fei said indifferently. In the blink of an eye, a punch was thrown out. Invincible punch. This kind of power was nothing to the Emperor Xian, but to the people in front of him, it was a fatal blow. Boom. Unbiased. The head of the Gu family master was immediately blasted away by Long Fei's fist, and his head directly exploded upon contact. After which, the Lin clan It was the Zhou family. Long Fei's strength looked down on him from above, and he did not feel any pressure at all. At this moment, he was like a brutal judge, using his two fists to decide the life and death of a person. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, it was another 3 people. One after another, they were annihilated by Long Fei's fists. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Gu family members. You have obtained 100 million experience points, 100 million holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! The system beep could not stop. In a short period of time, Long Fei gained 5 billion experience. Adding the 5 billion from Emperor Xian, he gained 10 billion experience instantly. Unfortunately, they might be powerful in the divine space, but in front of Long Fei, who possessed absolute power, they were nothing. It wasn't even a boss. Elite monsters couldn't be counted. At most, it would be better than a broken army. But that was all. In front of Long Fei, there was still only death. In the blink of an eye, only 5 outsiders remained in the world of the Sun God. It was precisely the 5 emperors' successor. At this moment, the 5 of them had completely collapsed. Long Fei was too berserk. 1 punch, 1 kill, no change. 1 punch after another completely shattered all their hope. At this time, other than fear, there was nothing else in the eyes they looked at Long Fei with. Emperor Luo Yuan? Emperor Jiao Turbid? Night Emperor? Long Fei swept his gaze across them one by one. However, there was something unexpected. The 5 people in front of him only had the inheritance power of 4 great emperors. The last 2 had the same auras. Moreover, their strengths could even be exchanged. Yin and Yang were linked. Yin Yang Emperor? Instantly, Long Fei understood. He had the Sky Spill Empire's 3 great emperor system, so he was naturally able to discern their strength at a glance. So that's how it is. I thought that there would be an extra great emperor's legacy. Who would have thought that there would be a Yin Yang Emperor? I wonder how this power is compared to the Yin Yang Master. Long Fei thought. However, when he looked again, it was filled with greed. As long as he killed these people, he could clear another mission. It was the leader of the God of Boundary. If he could kill all the qualified contestants, he wouldn't be the leader, but what else could he be? Thinking about it, Long Fei was extremely pleased. Did you get promoted 3 levels consecutively? In addition to the fact that he had leveled up 2 levels consecutively in the Sun God's mission, he also had the experience he had accumulated. Basically, a level 6 was all that needed to be done. At that time, he would be able to advance to the 5th level of the Supreme Grand Perfection in a single leap. At that time, who is Emperor Xian? Who is the Lord of Chaos? Dumas was a dead man. As he thought of this, his killing intent rose. As he thought of this, his killing intent rose. As for leaving behind 5 people, that was completely impossible. Within God's pavilion, there were many who could match this kind of power. It would be enough to just pick a few. Furthermore, the 13 emperors were all a conspiracy. Not a single one of them was a good person. Therefore, Long Fei didn't leave a single successor that they had selected. On the other side, Long Fei erupted with killing intent. The 5 of them immediately acknowledged it. He immediately knelt down. Don't kill us. Long Fei, we are also the inheritors of the Emperor, we can also pledge our allegiance to you. That way, you will have a chance of obtaining the inheritance of the 13 Emperor. Think about it, once you leave the sect in the future, how awesome would it be for the 13 Emperors to follow you? The Lord of Primal Chaos and the Emperor Xian cannot compare. You will be the new ruler of the ancient world. The few of them spoke out madly. In front of Long Fei, he didn't even have the courage to resist. However, their words didn't have any enticement towards Long Fei. Because he killed them. The inheritance was also his. Thinking about it, Long Fei smiled and said, "You're right. One day, your father will bring the 13 emperors to battle against the divinity. As soon as he said that, a look of hope appeared on their faces. It was as if he had picked up his life. But right after, Long Fei's words immediately caused them to fall into the abyss of death. Unfortunately, this does not include you all. The 13 great emperors, I have my own methods. As for you two, go to hell, Long Fei said coldly. It was extremely cold and stiff. And then, his fist moved. There were no superfluous movements, no fancy modifications. It was just a simple punch. However, at this point of time, he was invincible. Boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk after 5 punches, the 5 figures instantly swept across the sky. And at this moment, the figures of the 5 people. There was nothing left of him. 1 punch, 1 kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying Great Emperor Luo Yuan's descendant. The reward is 3 million points experience, 3 million points holy source and 1 point striking value. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for slaying Emperor Jiu's descendant. You have received 300 million experience points, 300 million holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding. Ding. With 4 consecutive sounds, the few of them exploded. Just experience? It shouldn't be? Do I have to activate Berserk? Long Fei was startled. Originally, he had wanted to avoid going Berserk once. But from the looks of it, the system did not give him that chance. As for the power passed down to the Emperor, Long Fei would never give up. This was a quest related to the system. Activate Berserk, Long Fei said. Ding, congratulations player for obtaining Emperor of the 9 Turbids inheritance. Ding, congratulations player for obtaining the power of Emperor Fallen Elementals inheritance. Ding, congratulations player for obtaining Emperor Yin Yang's inheritance. Ding, congratulations player for obtaining Night Emperor's inheritance. The system beeps came one after another. Long Fei also got what he wanted. 4 types of powers exploded out, in addition to the inheritance power of Emperor Feng Tian, who was currently in the air. No more, no less. He just so happened to be one of the 13 great emperors. After taking care of the few of them, Long Fei's heart was filled with unwillingness to die. The Yang God world was just a place for him to settle down, a transition station. Only the ancient world was his true battlefield. Then, Liu Yuanbao, Lu Luoxi and the rest all came over. Having followed Long Fei for so long, they naturally knew that Long Fei was about to leave. Boss, are you going back? Liu Yuanbao laughed honestly. However, his will to fight was monstrous. So far, their 8 King Kong had already undergone a metamorphosis, and the battlefield in the Yang God realm did not put any pressure on them at all. They were even more clear that Long Fei's enemy was the Emperor Xian, the leader of the ancient world. Only by returning to the ancient world would he be able to enter the battlefield. Right, it's time for us to go back, Long Fei said solemnly. Of course, he wouldn't try to persuade them to stay. This was his brother, his woman. Even if Long Fei didn't want them to take the risk, they definitely wouldn't give up on themselves. Ha ha ha, let's go back. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Yes, with our current strength, after we return, we won't need to dodge anymore. What Emperor Xian, they'll just go head-on against us. Boss, my blood is still warm. Go back and *CK him. Zhang Yu and the others also said. Long Fei nodded. Without batting an eyelid, he pulled Yu Rou and Lu Luoxi over to his side. Then, he opened the system panel. But in that moment Long Fei was stunned. In the entire system, there was actually no hint at all. The heck? Could it be that completing the mission is not enough, and you have to return to the ancient world? Long Fei's heart ached uncontrollably. Only the heavens knew how far away the Yang God realm was from the ancient world. At the same time, the system's notification sound suddenly appeared. Ding, congratulations player for completing the quest, Sun God. Ding, congratulations player for completing the quest, protect the Sun God realm. Ding. May I ask if you have spent 50 billion experience to return to the ancient world? The system beep appeared. Long Fei was startled. An urge to curse appeared in his heart. 50 billion. Another 50 billion. To him, 50 billion experience points were equivalent to a level, which was equivalent to a chance to live. In addition, it was even able to execute the mortal life palm. System, are you playing with me? Long Fei asked coldly. However, there was no response at all. The system went silent. Said mechanically. Helpless, Long Fei had no choice but to give in. After all, if he was allowed to roam the starry sky and return to the ancient world, even the yellow flower would become cold. Yes, sir. Long Fei clenched his teeth and said. Instantly, the power of the system directly appeared and a streak of profound light directly enveloped Long Fei. However, this power was only aimed at Long Fei. The others were completely blocked out. Wait, aren't you going to bring us back? Long Fei asked quickly. In the world of the Sun God, everything was over. To leave, of course, was to leave together. Ding, if the player wants to bring people, they can choose to use experience to open the portal. Ding, took away one person, required 50 billion experience. Would you like to take your people and leave? The system continued asking mechanically. F***ck me. Long Fei spat blood in his heart. 50 billion experience per person? Why don't you just rob them? Long Fei felt extremely helpless. He never thought that the system would actually dig a hole here. However, he had no other choice. He couldn't even choose. Unless downgraded. However, if the dozen or so people in front of him were all taken away, it could even be said that they would directly beat him back to his original form and make him fall below an ancient supreme elder. If that was the case, the price would be too high. Helpless, Long Fei could only say, "It seems like you guys will have to wait for yourselves to travel through the starry sky. My power is not enough to take you away," Long Fei said. There was a look of reluctance on his face. After much difficulty, they finally gathered together. They prepared to go back and massacre everyone in every direction, and to fight against the heaven and earth. However, everything had been shattered. Everyone was puzzled and wanted to say something, but the power of the system had already appeared. In an instant, a beam of light flashed past. And Long Fei's figure had also disappeared at this time. In the boundless world, the wind and clouds rose and fell. In the boundless world, the wind and clouds rose and fell. A mountain range extended for 1,000,000 kilometers. There was no limit to what the naked eye could see. But at that moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out. System, damn you! One day, I will reach the supreme plane and find the designer to write a bunch of code. I'll let you enjoy the feeling of being late. Long Fei was furious. Without any sort of summoning, he once again suffered the free fall movement. However, he had to admit that the power of the system was unrivaled. In the blink of an eye, he had already returned to ancient world. Long Fei looked in front of him and his gaze turned. Outside of Thousand Sun City? The mountain range where the Abyss Demon Prison is located? Long Fei was startled. He had never imagined that his return this time around was the same as last time, coming back here. However, the situation here had undergone a tremendous change. Long Fei almost couldn't recognize him. No, what has changed is not just this place. It is an unknown region of primal chaos, but it is also the divine space. Two places actually merged together. Long Fei's heart trembled. This was something he did not expect. Following which, Long Fei sensed them with his senses. He was even more certain of his guess. At this moment, the aura in this space was even stronger. Basically, there was a baptism of the world's spiritual energy at every moment. Swallowing the essence of heaven and earth was as easy and natural as eating and drinking. In other words, even a fool could easily reach the peak of cultivation in such a world. This change is too big, to the point where there's basically the initial aura of an ancient world. However, it's still a bit too close. Long Fei thought. In the past, Long Batian had given him a chance and allowed him to witness the birth of the ancient world. The changes in the world before his eyes were no different from what he had last seen. However, the only thing that remained was one's appearance. In terms of aura, there was still a huge difference between the heaven and earth. But in Long Fei's heart, he didn't really care. Even if the divine space and the unknown land fused together, there was a possibility of reappearing in the ancient world, so there wasn't much of an impact on Long Fei. In fact, it had no effect at all. Emperor Xian, Lord of the Primal Chaos, just you wait. I Long Fei am back. Long Fei shouted. The hostility and hatred in his heart had accumulated too much. Now that he had returned, what Long Fei wanted the most was to behead his enemy. It was also at this moment that an uproar suddenly came from the void. It was as if someone was fighting. Long Fei's eyes moved, his gaze immediately traveled 1,000 miles, and looked towards the outside of the sky. The two groups of men were engaged in a battle of life and death. Someone from the Xian nationality? And this is someone who belongs to the Lord of all fiends? Long Fei was startled, and immediately became ecstatic. Dog, 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 dog. Fight until you're crippled, and let this daddy be a Oriole. Thinking about it, Long Fei's killing intent burst forth from his heart. Be it the Xian nationality or the Lord of Primal Chaos. They were all people that Long Fei had to kill. Therefore, the more intense the fight was, the happier Long Fei was. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The battle between the two sides had actually quickly split apart, and then the same time had come to an end. His target was precisely in Long Fei's direction. So. One figure after another arrived in front of Long Fei. Kid, who do you think you are? Suddenly, a black-faced middle-aged man spoke, his eyes incomparably cold. Long Fei gave a bland glance to the people of the Xian nationality. Their cultivation was not weak, it was already the 9th level of the supreme grand perfection. Furthermore, his attire was also different from others. It was obvious with a single glance that he had quite a high position in the Xian nationality. I'm your father, Long Fei said. To Xian nationality there was nothing to say. Brat, you're courting death. The black-faced man's killing intent appeared. With a move of his hands, his figure directly flashed towards Long Fei and smashed downwards with his palm. Heaven's splitting hand. Suddenly, the Xian nationality man behind him retreated a distance. Even the Lord of Chaos began to retreat. He seemed to have witnessed the might of this palm. Humph, I've seen bold people, but I've never seen anyone seek death. A trash of the 8th floor of the ancient era actually dares to be smug in front of an elder and spout such arrogant words. Truly, he deserves to die. Yes, regardless of whether he is Long Fei or not, even if he is still an idiot. The people from the Xian nationality looked at him coldly and said so coldly. But Long Fei did not move an inch. To him, this kind of attack posed no threat at all. Boom! A palm fell, landing directly on Long Fei's chest. However, it did not cause any damage. Long Fei did not even take a step back. On the other hand, this elder of the Xian nationality was sent flying backwards, heavily injured by the recoil. Ka! The sound of an arm breaking could be heard. The Xian nationality elder's face was filled with fear. As if he had seen a ghost, he touched his hand that had been cut off and screamed in pain. Impossible, what kind of body is this? How can it be so terrifying? Kid, who the hell are you? The Xian nationality elder said sinisterly. However, Long Fei laughed disdainfully. I said it already, I'm your father. No, that's not right. I am the father of your Xian nationality. Back then, I did not properly teach that bastard, Emperor Xian, and created a bunch of animals that do evil. Long Fei said with a cold snort. Ha ha, what an arrogant brat. However, the people of Xian nationality are truly beasts as well. He still dares to fight against us. Don't forget that the past is no longer the same as the past. We are the Lord of all fiends, after all. Boy, well done. Kill them all. We can vouch for you and allow you to enter the Primal Chaos Palace. From now on, your status will rise to the heavens with a single step. The Lord of all fiends began to laugh loudly. But at this moment, Long Fei's gaze suddenly turned over as well. Ha! What sort of dog is the Lord of Chaos? I am the father of the Xian nationality, the grandfather of your Lord of Primal Chaos. He is just a grandson, Long Fei said. In his heart, his hatred for the Lord of Primal Chaos was no less than that of his hatred for his Emperor Xian. It was just a plaything. He used him to carry out his plot step by step. In fact, if it hadn't been for the fact that he had a system, he would have become the master of the chaos. Even his bones would have been reduced to ash. Brat, you sure are arrogant. It's one thing to offend the Xian nationality, but you don't even put our Primal Chaos Palace in your eyes. You can't stay here today. Kill them all. Instantly, the leader of the priests spoke out. Shwa shwa shwa. At the same time, the Xian nationality and the people from the Primal Chaos Palace attacked at the same time. And at this moment, Long Fei also blasted out a fist. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, with Long Fei at the center, an incomparably berserk energy immediately exploded outwards, as if a storm of energy was forming, engulfing everything in its path. Puff, puff, puff. In that instant, a series of ruthless voices resounded in the air. In the blink of an eye, the storm vanished. And in the arena, other than Long Fei, there was no one else. Even the elders of the Xian nationality and the leaders of the Primal Chaos Palace were not spared. It was smashed to pieces by Long Fei's fist. A fierce competition. The system's voice also rang out once again. Ding! You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.